What's up? What's up? Yes, I like that music too. My goodness, it was very nice. You said, I'm great. New York City, finally warm, huh? Loving life. Hope all is well with you. Well, things are okay with me, but I'm a little bit frustrated because I think that this is the time that we really put it to the pedal to the metal, so to speak, and go after the Democrats while Trump is in office by exposing all the things that he needs to consider so that we can flip what they have devised against us. Because I've been looking at Obama lately, and the go back to Africa, year return of 2019 didn't just come from nowhere. And I went back to when he was president and some of the things that he was saying and doing in 2009 and so forth. We're going to go over. Then we're going to look at this really pathetic convention, whatever you want to call it, with Al Sharpton's decrepit, demented, and treacherous ass. He is the coon of all coons. He is the biggest sellout in our time. When he is gone, I'm going to spit on the ground as if it's his face, and I'm going to have a party. I am so disgusted with how the Democrats have played us. I knew that I would figure this stuff out, and I have finally gotten the answers that I've been trying to figure out. And we're going to go through that. I want you guys to see with their own words and also with the history of what they've been doing while Obama was president, what kind of monies they were given to Africa, how this hyper focus on Africa came to be, which came to be because of Obama. So he was the Trojan horse that basically was allowed in, tethering on to our legacy, pretending to be one of us. We took him hook, line, and sinker, pretty much because of Michelle Obama. I think many of us really was happy for her. And we thought that this family look, that these people would be righteous for us. We thought that they were going to be decent to our community. And we got done dirty by Obama. And then from there, Biden, he put the coffin in the nail. And if Kamala would have made it in, we would have been put underneath the dirt. But we have a little wiggle room because of Trump. I understand that people are very upset with Trump, but to be frank, I think that he's going to be interested in understanding our plight because it's going to help with his election. Well, the presidency with the Republicans or any other person that's interested in how to beat the Democrats, because they don't have nothing to offer us. They have nothing to give us. All they're trying to sell to us is sad stories about immigrants. They want to tell us, oh, we want to share the Constitution with everybody, and we want to care about the migrants and all these type of things that they're selling to us as if that's helping us out somehow. And it doesn't help us out. It's just letting you know who they choose over us. And that is the message that I want to show y'all. So let's get to the first part. I want to show Obama back in the day for those that don't remember him going to Ghana. And the fact that he went to the dungeon, what is it called? Elamina, that castle thing that I would never dare look into or nothing like that. But yeah, he started off with this dungeon in Cape Coast. They're in Ghana. And he went there as if he was one of us, trying to act like he can relate to our ancestors. And, a lot of people bought this gimmick that he sold. And I'm so ashamed myself that I was even bullwinked. I was even fooled. I even had a blind eye when it came to Obama. But the very first presidency of his, afterwards, I was not sold on him anymore. and I woke up pretty much right after his first administration. But we're going to go down memory lane and let you hear and see what he did and how he was trying to navigate and usher in this process of belief for us to leech onto or ling onto, hook, line, and sinker onto this notion that Africa is important to us and we all need to touch down and feel the radiances of the ancestors and all this type of talk. But let's get there before I keep going. Yeah, Almina Castle. Okay, let's go.
Along the West African coast, through which an estimated 10 to 40 million enslaved Africans were shipped off to the New World. Many of those, of course, ending up in America. The president...
That was the first lie. There wasn't many so-called Africans that went to America. There was only 380,000, and they were called Negroes. They weren't even using the term African then because Africa was not colonized then. So this notion of equating our ancestors as being African, labeling us, was all in the making, all in the creation of CNN, helped with Obama, and understanding how we got loose on who we were listening to this type of propaganda. And this indeed was propaganda. Let's go.
Came here as part of a presidential trip, his first presidential trip to sub-Saharan Africa. But it's also a trip that is in many ways deeply personal for President Obama. It's a journey that encompasses both the politics of today and the still painful memories of our past. As you walk around this castle, what goes through your mind?
Well, obviously, it's a powerful moment for not just myself, but I think for Michelle and the girls. I'm reminded of the same feeling I got when I went to Buchenwald with Elie Wiesel. You know, you almost feel as if the walls can speak, and that you try to project yourself into these incredibly harrowing moments that people go through.
How'd you explain it to Sasha Malia?
Well, you try to explain that people were willing to degrade others because they appeared differently, and you tried to actually get them to engage in the imaginative act of what it would be like if they were snatched away from mom and dad and sent to someplace they'd never seen before.
Again, already fixing a whole nother narrative to the story. These people in Ghana sold individuals into slavery. There was no snatching. It was a trade. And every time I turn around, different people are trying to minimize the role of these despicable Ghanaians who partook in the slave trade. And they use stuff like stolen, snatched, our people, all these different things to try to describe for us to visualize these untruths that a lot of people now believe in. But in actuality, what it is like Genesis. If you think about the Bible in Genesis, God made Adam and Eve in the beginning. It's like restructuring the Genesis of the Black American, the Genesis of our ancestors, the Genesis of how we're supposed to relate to how we see ourselves, how we see Africa, how we see Africans. And they're basically propagandizing a narrative right before our eyes, and they're working their way up until the year of return. But this was the very first notion of recreation of the story that Obama gets to tell us. The true tether of all tethers, a guy that is half Kenyan, that has nothing to do with our bloodline, and he's half white, of course, raised by his white family, grandparents and whatnot. So he has no relation to anything that has to do with us as a people here in America. but he is the one that's going to explain what we're supposed to think like. So just peep how he explains this and how he is used as a tool to orchestrate a new genesis of belief system that people try to place onto us. And a lot of people that are not very clever and pay attention to details would somehow gets, pulled in with the optics of all this. But I look at this and I see it for what it is. It's just like a recreation of our narrative. Let's listen.
But part of what you also try to do with kids is to get them to imagine themselves on the other side as being the slave merchant, and that slave merchant might have loved their children and gone to that place of worship up right above the dungeon, and get them to make sure that they're constantly asking themselves questions about whether they're treating people fairly. And
so he tries to throw in maybe these Africans, that had these things happen, went up to God to talk to God about these. He's like totally recreating in our mind, in our subconscious, a reality that was not true. Slavery was brutal. It was despicable. It was wicked. It was evil. And the people that participated in it had been doing it for hundreds of years prior to when the Europeans came in contact with these tribes and these kingdoms. So they have been happy to do what they were doing. They were making money. They were shaking and baking. That was the heyday of their time. That was the high life of their time. That's when they felt invincible. That's when they felt powerful. That's when they mattered to the world and the scene in the world. So trying to depict them as, oh, they went to God, they went to church, they talked, they missed their kids. No, none of that happened. But this is what Obama's being used for, to minimize the actions and the devastating effects of slave trade. And this is what I want to show y'all, how y'all have been duped. I've never been duped. I've never, ever considered myself African. I have always rejected African American. I have always rejected this go back to Africa scheme. I have never gave credence to the year of return. I have always known in my spirit that something was not right with this picture. And here we are.
Whether they are examining their own behavior and how it affects others.
That's something you referenced actually during the campaign, your speech on race about your own wife. Mrs. Obama, you said that she has the blood of slaves, right, and also slave owners.
Right.
How did she respond to being here?
I haven't had a chance to process it yet. I think we were both listening and talking to the children. But I can't imagine that for her mother who's with us, our children's godmother who's with us, all of whom are direct descendants of slaves, that seeing that portal doesn't send a powerful message of the kinds of emotions that must be evoked. On the one hand, it's through this door that the journey of the African American experience begins, and Michelle.
Again, he casually throws in the African American experience. Again, that tethering of the African onto our name that used to be known for many, many moons as Black American. We were named Negro, we were colored, we were multiracial, we were freedmen, we were a lot of things. We were even Indian, and we got stripped of our identities. And this is the identity that they chose to do this scheme that they've been working on for a lot of different decades, starting with Jesse Jackson when he ran for presidency in 84 and 88, officially 88, coming out with that term from nowhere, declaring that to be our new name against our consent, against our acknowledgement, against our rights. I was a teenager at the time, and I will let you know firmly and clearly that when I read the name change, I was pissed because I knew that that wasn't right to just change somebody's name without even bothering to see if that's what they would like to do. But there Jesse Jackson was, a Democrat, being ushered in as a token to change our name, change our identity, because saying African American, when you hear the word African, suddenly you're thinking about Africa. When you're saying Black American, you're thinking about America first. And my identity has never, ever deviated from being a Black American, Indigenous American Black, because I always see myself as American only. But again, a lot of psychiatric or psychological interactions of hearing that word and people telling you that you need to go back to Africa, you need to do history, you need to find your roots and all these types of things. It ushered in a new conversation that people could bring up to you, whether you liked it or not, by simply saying, well, now you're African American. You got to face the fact that your ancestors came from Africa. And this is what he is here for, to usher in more of the same bullshit that the Democrats are trying to pull. And ultimately, in the end, you're going to understand that it's about destiny swapping us with what we are here in America and trying to make us be more like immigrants and Africans, and the immigrants coming here being more American than we are. So there's a scheme of destiny swapping that's in the making. They had it on their plan to do for many, many moons and years ago. And here, Obama played a very important role with trying to make us like accept this scheme that they played on us.
And her family, like me, draw incredible inspiration and strength from that African American journey.
What must have been the most emotional part of his trip took place here at Cape Coast Castle. This is where enslaved Africans were held before being shipped to the New World, being shipped to America. They were kidnapped from their homes, taken from their villages, ripped from their families. And as soon as they were brought here, the men were separated from the women.
We'll have no return for which.
Isn't it interesting how he's just focused in on America? He's not mentioning how many much more so-called slaves went to Brazil, how many much more went to the Caribbeans. It's all on American. It's all focusing on us because we have always been the agenda. We are the population of people that is in a nation of a nation. We are not controlled by a so-called melanated group of people, and they are trying to assign us some type of authority over us, and they're trying to link us up to Ghana. This has been their destination plan forever, and Obama is the one to try to pull this off, to try to make it seem like this is all innocent. Oh, we're looking at the El Mino Castle dungeons. Oh, look at the ancestors. No, in my mind, if these people felt legitimately sorry for what they have done with the slave trade, they would have gotten rid of that dungeon. They would have maybe put a memorial placard with, things to remind you of what happened there, but they would not ever dare leave a dungeon and then gain money for people to go and look at it. People have to actually go pay and smell the stench of how it still smells today, because they never cleaned it, so that you can experience what slaves went through, as if that's a good thing to sell. But these people, their spirit has never, ever been corrected. God has never, ever been able to correct their heart and mind and spirit, because they are a people that is consumed with greed. There are people that's consumed with wanting to have power. There are people that's consumed with wanting to have authority over people, and they have never had the chance. And the Democrats are trying to give them the opportunity to have that chance with us. I want y'all to understand that this play right here is going to go onward, and we're going to see what happens. Let's go.
Hundreds of thousands of slaves
were sent. And on the other hand, obviously, there's a sense of what a profound sorrow must have been felt as people were hauled off into the great unknown.
Do you think what happened here still has resonance in America? That the slave experience still is something that should be talked about and should be remembered and should be present in everyday life?
Well, I think that...
He said present in everyday life. You see what I'm saying about propaganda? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What is this guy's Anderson bitch ass? Of course, LBGYN dude, whatever, LBGTLQ, whatever they call them, for the job of selling us out. They always use these types along with Obama's tether ass, and also he was assumed to be bisexual himself. They're all treacherous, wicked ass people. And again, why do we have to remember? Why don't Brazilians have to remember? Why don't the Caribbeans have to remember? Why is it our duty to remember? We were fine without Africa for all these years, and we'll be fine for another 100, 200 years without them still. But they're trying to make it seem like, oh, this is a time for us to grab a hold to the people that we should have known a long time ago. No, if we should have known these motherfuckers, we would have been in their lives. If they were treacherous enough and wicked enough to sell hundreds and millions of people, whatever like that, then they deserve what they got. And that's why they have never been blessed, but they've been greedy as fuck. And they're swindling and dealing all the damn time and scheming. I have no respect to give for Ghana. I have no respect to give to that damn President Mahama and the stunt he pulled at the UN with the resolution, so-called, for the reparations of him trying to hijack our shit and take it to Africa, claiming to be our fucking people. Again, a destiny swapping scheme they had all along that began with the genesis of Obama.
The experience of slavery is like the experience of the Holocaust. I think it's one of those things you don't forget about. I think it's important that the way we think about it and the way it's taught is not one in which there's simply a victim and a victimizer, and that's the end of the story. I think the way it has to be thought about, the reason it's relevant is because whether it's what's happening in Darfur or what's happening in the Congo or what's happening in too many...
And whose fault was that? Whatever's happening on the continent of Africa is called karma. It's called karma. What these people collectively did for generations to think the first thing to do to grab is people and sell them, that's why they ain't never been blessed. And they probably will never be blessed. But they're trying to take us down in the process. And that's what I have a problem with these Democrats trying to recreate for us a narrative that we have not co-signed to. We have not consented to. Only a few birds, dumb birds, that is dumb enough to listen to him talking all gentle and pretending, oh, it's not just simple, cut and dry, that people were bad and, oh, they sold people. No, it's more nuanced. No, you cannot recreate what happened back when. But this is what the Democrats put him up for. Crazy as hell.
Places around the world, the capacity for cruelty still exists. The capacity for discrimination still exists. The capacity to think about people who are different, not just on the basis of race, but on the basis of religion. religion or the basis of sexual orientation or gender still exists. And so, trying to use these kinds of extraordinary moments to widen the lens and make sure that we're all reflecting on how we're treating each other, I think is something that I want my kids to think about, and I want every child to think about.
They say this is the door of return for African Americans who are revisiting Ghana. And I talked to one African American lady yesterday who said that coming here is such a powerful experience that she actually decided to move here. And I know you've met with many African Americans who decided to move here. Do you understand? And they say that there's a sense of coming home. Do you understand that feeling?
Well, I will tell you, the first time that I traveled to Africa, I think that there is a special sense for African Americans of somehow connecting up with a part of yourself that you might not have even been aware was there. Now, obviously, for me, it was...
Again, propaganda to the 10th power. This man is half Kenyan. Of course, he has a connection to Africa because his father is from Africa. Black Americans are far removed. We do not know nobody and nowhere of Africa, no family ties whatsoever. And we're indifferent. Millions of us are indifferent. We don't hate Africans, but we do not want to be bothered. And the reason why I have my tone the way I do is because I've been pissed by what has been going on for the last 4 or 5 years dealing with Ghana and the Democrats and seeing the escalation of them assuming control over our narrative, control over our voice, silencing us when we have other things that we would like to talk about in relation to our community here in America. Everything now is spun to Africa. Everything is talked about. Well, what about building Africa? What about investments to Africa? Africa, Africa, Africa. That's why I'm pissed, because people have forgotten about Black Americans and everybody expects us to care about everybody at the detriment of us in our community. And I'm seeing a downturn in our community, and I'm seeing the facts that the people that's supposed to represent us have failed us, abandoned us, and they're trying to force a narrative that we do not want. This narrative that Obama is rocking with, I am totally against it. I don't have to be hateful. I'm just upset and disappointed that this is the type of thing that they're doing to us after all this time we've been in America. They have no type of care or concern about us, and they're not understanding that we are not wanting to be made over after all these years. Like, we are American. We don't want to be made over because somebody suggested behind closed doors that this is the route that we're gonna pin on the Black Americans, whether they like it or not. So if you guys are upset with my tone, it's because of the disrespect of the Democrats. It's because of the disrespect of the Africans. It's because of the propaganda on social media day in and day and night. Since I've been on YouTube, since 2018, there's been arguments galore with Africans and Pan-Africans arguing about our identity here in America. Like, all of a sudden, we're not really Americans. All of a sudden, we're not even Black. We're really African. And when we say, look, you're African, okay, stop trying to enforce stuff. Stop trying to dictate stuff to us. Somehow there's something wrong with me for checking them. But this has got to stop, and we have got to get on top of what the Democrats are doing, because it's not right. Let me see what you guys have to say in the chat. I'm sorry for my tone being upset, but I am pretty upset. You said, any update on the Black American community in Ghana? Have Ghana switched up on them with visa or laws? All I know, the last time I heard, is that they had a tremendous flooding going on right after that Mahama, president of Ghana, went to the UN, and he went to Philadelphia and got a fake ass award for being a statesman of the year. They pulled that stunt. They pulled the stunt that he was a champion for reparations stunt. Then when he got his ass back to Ghana, 3 o'clock in the morning, it rained for 7 hours and it flooded a lot of different areas of Ghana. And I was so happy because I prayed that God would rain down on Ghana and a sign would be delivered that what he did in disrespecting our ancestors, claiming us as his people, stunting around in the UN, playing in our face, not even letting people know in enough time so that we could go and say something to him about we didn't like what he was doing. No, they did it very sneaky. They hid him coming until the last minute. People got word about Ghana's president even coming to America maybe 24 hours to 48 hours before he landed. So people didn't even have enough time to really rally enough protesters, but they did have some there. But they tried to make it seem like there was nobody upset about nothing. Everything was fine and copacetic. Americans were down for whatever Ghana was doing, but it didn't work out that way. But the point is that he tried because that's what Ghana always seems to want to do. They have a scamming culture. All you see them ever do is scam. Their rhetoric is scams. If they're not scamming, they're doing lies here and redirecting information there. They're just not honest people. They do not know God at all. And I'm just going to tell you like that. And God answered my prayer because I said, Lord God, let these people feel what they did is wrong. And that very night it rained and flooded. I praise God like you guys would never believe. I really, truly did. And I don't give a damn. You said need to turn it off. I need to turn it up because what we got to do with all this propaganda going against us, we have got to alert President Trump. We have got to let him know that we're not happy with what the Democrats are pulling. We're not happy with the Black Congressional Caucus. We're not happy with the NAACP, the Urban League. We're not happy with none of these people that's siding with this Pan-African globalist agenda. Nobody signed up for it and nobody asked us if we dare care about what they're doing because they are trying to force it on us, which is why I'm pissed. It'd be one thing if it's only the ones that are interested. We want to get those people and we want to take them under our umbrella and we want to claim them. No, they're trying to claim us without our consent. They're trying to move like dictators. They're trying to move like they're our new authority. And I'm not happy about none of that. Okay, you said, look, it's the racist cocktail sucker. I can't be, are you talking about Obama? Or are you talking about me? Obama was very happy about being with the LGBTQ propaganda or what do you call it? Helping them out with their mission and their. By the way, I have been gay 20 years, so I'm not against gay people, but I do not believe that gay rights should supersede the Black community's mission. I do not believe that. I think that the gay rights should stand on its own and the gay people go do what you're going to do separate from the Black community. Unfortunately, everybody tags on everybody's agenda onto the Black community. And therefore, we're bogged down and we do not have any room to breathe. We have no movement. We have no way of being heard no more because our voices have been muffled by everybody else's voice over ours. And they're using our history. They're using our civil rights, all of these things to elevate others over us. And I don't like that. But I do not dislike gay people, but I dislike the way in which the Democrats have utilized Black people's civil rights in our community and using us to propel them over us. I don't like that. Anyways, you said 2 homosexuals. Definitely, there definitely was and are more. You know, that's the rumor that's been going around Obama, and I do believe he is. I wouldn't, you know, the way he was rocking with gay marriage and everything like that, he has to be. Anyways, you said, I want to abandon us too. You guys are selfish and small-minded. Well, you can go ahead and be abandoned right now. Let me help you out, JB. You ain't got to be here. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, bitch. You ain't got, I ain't begging you to be here. Bye. See you later. You said blacks just need to just concentrate on learning how to read. We do know how to read, Pickheart. We just need to learn how to focus and love ourselves as we used to love ourselves, Pickheart. There was a time where we cared about what happened to our own people. There was a time that we would make moves to let our voice be heard in that regard, with people being unalived, or, you know, we got hella hangings going on around the country that's unexplained, that nobody seems to care about. Of course, the police brutality has gotten a little bit better, but, you know, at the time when Obama was president and all the unalivings were happening right underneath his presidency, he did not do anything. He showed us how much he did not give a damn about the black community. And this is why, is because they have another agenda for us, and it's about having us look to Africa and forget about America, and trying to make us into an immigrant like other immigrants. And we're not immigrants. We are Americans. We have been here for hundreds of years, and we should never, ever let a foreigner, which he is, his father was from Kenya, he is a tether. We should never let him or anybody tell us how to think about ourselves. And that's the issue that I'm having. Let me see what you got to say. Blacks just need to, I read that. Right. Let me see. You not happy, don't speak for everybody. Who are you talking to? Well, you ain't got to be here either. You can go bye-bye. I don't care. You said, Picard, you need to stop your people from touching little boys. Oh, Lord. Okay, you're talking to him. All right. And African Goddess, O'Shea did a video. I know, I saw that. I cussed him out. African Goddess. I might get to that video in a little bit. But you said O'Shea, Duke, Jackson, a video earlier that suggested that the Juneteenth celebrations in Ghana were a collaboration with Black American Pan-Africanists and the Ghanaian president. The point is that is our shit. Ghana is hijacking everything attached to us. And that's not right. They're trying to destiny swap our shit because they don't have no real accomplishments. It's not our fault that you guys did not create nothing. It's not our fault that you guys have not been known for nothing but slavery. That's your fault. Y'all wanted to sit around dancing with drums in the dirt, drinking and acting a fool, not getting y'all shit together and getting off your butts and having the men build real stuff, real structure. You guys have been funneled billions of dollars from Obama to Biden, billions of dollars, and y'all have not done nothing with it. All y'all have done has hoarded the money, and you still get floods. You would think after all the years that y'all guys continually get floods every single year around the same damn time, that y'all would figure out how to fix it. No, you got $1 billion from Biden. You got billions of dollars from Obama. What did they do with that money? They pocketed it. And what they're trying to do now, get our money. These people are the most greediest individuals God has ever created. And that's why they will never succeed. Anyways. Okay, did not watch the whole thing, but will be interested in your views. Okay, I was very upset. I told him he's a sellout. I'm done with O'Shea. You said, no, the West always takes more out of Africa than gives. The point is, African Goddess, the West did not help Africa get in a bad position all by themselves. Africa played an intricate part in making their situation the way it is for all these generations. They were partners with the devil. They were partners with various people that wanted to sell bodies. And they were ever so happy and gleeful to do it, thinking that it was going to be a blessing. And then it ended up turning into a curse. And that's their fault that they got colonized afterwards. They shouldn't have been in bed with the people for all that time. They should have been strategizing and figuring out how to elevate and protect themselves better, but they didn't. They got comfortable. They trusted and they believed that they were true partners forever and ever and ever and ever. And they got their feelings hurt when the rug was pulled from up under them and they got shown colonization, okay? And it held them back. Oh, well. Nobody is crying for us about 400 years of slavery. Do you think I'm going to be crying about them having colonization? Not at all. They earned it. Okay, you said, amen. Thank you for that, Wayne. You said Africa certainly did and continues to collaborate. Yes, they continue to do. So I'm not even going to finish that because that just listening to Obama just really got me upset. Let me calm down. Let me calm my nerves down. Lord God, please help me. Let me calm down. I don't want to appear as mad as, well, it's too late. I'm already up there, but I have a reason for being mad. And you will see before this video is done. But let me get now to the best part. Let's get now to Obama. And I never saw this video before until today. He was in Ghana giving a speech about he was going to be Ghana's daddy. He was going to help Ghana out and give them all kinds of money. And everybody was cheering, having a good time. Good old Obama came right in the nick of time for all these scandalous ass Ghanaians to take and take and take and never make their situation better in their own home country. After all these years that Obama did this speech, Ghana still is far, far behind, and people still wanting to play like they're so innocent and they're so, you know, they're untouchable. They're like God's children. No, they're not.
And bribery.
Hold on, let me get.
By consent and not coercion.
Hold on.
But the true sign of success is not whether we are a source of perpetual aid that helps people scrape by. It's whether we are partners in building the capacity for transformational change. This mutual responsibility must be the foundation of our partnership. And today I will focus on 4 areas that are critical to the future of Africa and the entire developing world: democracy, opportunity, health, and the peaceful resolution of conflict. First, we must support strong and sustainable democratic governments. As I said in Cairo, each nation gives life to democracy in its own way and in line with its own traditions. But history offers a clear verdict. Governments that respect the will of their own people, that govern by consent and not coercion, are more prosperous, they are more stable and more successful than governments that do not. This is about more than just holding elections. It's also about what happens between elections. You know, repression can take many forms, and too many nations, even those that have elections, are plagued by problems that condemn their people to poverty. You know, no country is going to create wealth if its leaders exploit the economy to enrich themselves. Or if police can be bought off by drug traffickers. No business wants to invest in a place where the government skims 20% off the top. Or the head of the Port Authority.
But that is the African way. I hear tales all the time. You land in Africa, in the airport, they're already sizing you up. You drive along in a taxi car or whatever it's called out there, and the police are pulling you over and they're hitting you up. Their whole culture is, how can I get me some? They're looking at everybody and seeing what you got. And they act like everybody owes them something. And they act like everybody's superior, that they're superior over anybody that enters into their country. That's why I do not know why any Black American would ever dare assume that Ghana is a blessing. They're only doing it for a time. Let's not be foolish. They're only doing it for a time until they don't have to play nice no more. That's how they are. They'll play the role to get what they think they're going to get in the end. And then when they think that they don't have to play nice no more, they're going to show their asses off. Trust and believe and mark my words. These people have not changed. They have not repented. They do not have no remorse. They do not give a flying fuck about Black Americans. If they did, then the people that have made it to America for all these generations and decades, why haven't they reached out to try to help our communities? Have they given any money, any help, any offers? Nothing. Africans have never given the Black community anything, but all of a sudden, we're supposed to bear the burden of giving a fuck about Africa and Ghana in particular. All of a sudden, we want to help develop Ghana. All of a sudden, oh, this is our land. We got to put our hands all in this, and we got to make Ghana great again. Come on. They're using you as a mule. You're a useful tool, and then you're going to be discarded like a slave. They see you still as a slave. In fact, Ghana looks at us as potential, what you call it, bond slavery. They look at us as people that should be helping them pay back the debt of China, the IMF, the World Bank. This is what I talked about way back in 2019. Ain't nothing changed. It's just been confirmed. And yes, Obama was definitely the beginning of the end of what we're noticing right now for the Black community. Everything is worse now behind this mindset that we have to look to Africa and forget about our own community here in America, to forget about that we are Americans and be scared of America and hate white people and think about everything as being racist, while all the Ghanaians and all the Africans that you can think on are trying to come over here as quickly as possible. And they're pissed as hell that they're being barred from being able to come over here. But let them tell it 4 or 5 years ago, oh, Ghana's paradise. Africa is so peaceful. The police don't be shooting you or nothing like that. You don't have to worry about the white man because we're all black skin. You're all my brothers and sisters. All this shit that they've been selling us that people have been believing. And then there's cases of course, Black Americans being unalived, being poisoned, having juju on them, losing land, losing houses, demolitioned over with bulldozers. Oh yeah, we got all those stories that I brought up, as well as Kiki Loves Nigeria and others. Over and over throughout the years, I've been showcasing various stories about how they treat Black Americans and how they make them in an unpredictable situation that they can't get out of. Sometimes they land in jail and they have to like be bribed to get out, and just fucked up situations happen all over there in Africa. They do not look at us as the same because we're not, and they know it. They look at us as baby slaves. They're like, oh, those are the slaves that we used to conquer. Oh my God, I used to be powerful. Oh yeah, I was the man. Oh yeah, I had the power. Oh, I had the dominion and authority. Oh, I want that back again. That's what they're on. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And I don't care if a Ghanaian is listening or African is listening and is offended. Because ain't nobody looking out for Black Americans. I got to look out for us. I got to advocate for us. Nobody gives a flying fuck about us no more. They just want to use us and spit us out, and I'm sick of it.
Is corrupt. No person wants to live in a society where the rule of law gives way to the rule of brutality and bribery. That is not democracy, that is tyranny, even if occasionally you sprinkle an election in there. And now is the time for that style of governance to end. In the 21st century, capable, reliable, and transparent institutions are the key to success. Strong parliaments, honest police forces, independent judges, an independent press, a vibrant private sector, a civil society. Those are the things that give life to democracy, because that is what matters in people's everyday lives. Now, time and again, Ghanaians have chosen constitutional rule over autocracy and shown a democratic spirit that allows the energy of your people to break through. We see that in leaders who accept defeat graciously. The fact that President Mills' opponents were standing beside him last night to greet me when I came off the plane spoke volumes about Ghana.
Because you got greeted when you got off the plane, of course he's going to greet you because you got the money. The fuck? I'm so tired of these disingenuous individuals that trying to clean up this imagery that we should have about Africans. We should have about these people. They've been in our presence. They've been in America. They've been securely working on their own people to come up off of our plight. And then they secure like little treaties and deals on the side with the government and get an extra kickback. So they get it in the front and they get to get it in the back. And that has to stop. We have to work on figuring out how to petition President Trump about, the ways in which these immigrants are able to maneuver and double dip and triple dip sometimes, accessing our benefits as well with the word Black and African American. That has to stop. It's not fair. It's not fair that the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, the Urban League, and the Democrats are working with the immigrants and the aliens, and they forgot about the Americans, including the white ones. They don't give a damn about Americans. They care about everybody else but us. And we all see it plainly. We all saw it plainly when Trump talked about people standing up if you're American first, and none of the Democrats stood up. That should have told you right there what time they're on and what time they've been on. And I'm trying to shake the lies apart by showcasing where it all began, and it all began with Obama going to Ghana.
Victors who resist calls to wield power against the opposition in unfair ways. We see that spirit in courageous journalists like Anas, Arimea Yeo Anas, who risked his life to report the truth. We see it in police like Patience Quay, who helped prosecute the first human trafficker in Ghana. We see it in the young people who are speaking up against patronage and participating in the political process. Across Africa, we've seen countless examples of people taking control of their destiny and making change from the bottom up. We saw it in Kenya, where civil society and business came together to help stop post-election violence. We saw it in South Africa, where over 3/4 of the country voted in the recent election, the fourth since the end of apartheid. We saw it in Zimbabwe, where the election support network braved brutal repression to stand up for the principle that a person's vote is their sacred right. Now, make no mistake, history is on the side of these brave Africans, not with those who use coups or change constitutions to stay in power. Africa doesn't need strong men. It needs strong institutions. Now, America will not seek to impose any system of government on any other nation. The essential truth of democracy is that each nation determines its own destiny. But what America will do is increase assistance for responsible individuals and responsible institutions, with a focus on supporting good governance, on parliaments which check abuses of power and ensure that opposition voices are heard, on the rule of law, which ensures the equal administration of justice, on civic participation so that young people get involved, and on concrete solutions to corruption like forensic accounting and automating services, strengthening hotlines, protecting whistleblowers to advance transparency and accountability. And we provide this support. I have directed my administration to give greater attention to corruption in our human rights reports. People everywhere should have the right to start a business or get an education without paying a bribe. We have a responsibility to support those who act responsibly and to isolate those who don't. And that is exactly what America will do. Now, this leads directly to our second area of partnership, supporting development that provides opportunity for more people.
So he came here, I believe in 2009, stood up here in the Parliament of Ghana, letting the world know that he was going to play daddy. He was going to play daddy for Africa. Like, these men who have muscles should be able to build like our men in America built, like every other nation has built. What's wrong with their muscles and hands and feet? Okay, they want to be special. They want to be held at a high esteem because of their past history. That's what's wrong with them. They're too stuck in their history of thought. They're too stuck on, oh, I can't do those things because I'm a highness or I'm a king or I was related to royalty, or, oh, I can't do that. I can get educated, but we got to get those Black Americans to come over here and do what they did in America. That is the mindset of Ghana. Their mindset is, how can we get those Black Americans that have the lineage of blood, sweat, and tears to America and apply that same gumption over here? We don't have to use whips. We can use propaganda. We can use persuasion. We can use emotionalism. We can show them that dungeon. We can show them, all the lies. We can tell them and share them with food and hear the drums, and somehow they'll feel the spirit of the lie that we're selling. And we'll bring them over here and institute them, integrate them in our society, making it seem like we're taking care of them and we care about them and they're our people. Meanwhile, we don't give a damn about the other people, the kids that are still being trafficked, the poor kids that are still diving in the water or digging in the dirt, forced labored all over the place. Let's not talk about that, though. But let's just pretend for a time that we got the Black Americans back and they can trust us. We can play the game for about 10 years. And then we can just do a sneak attack when it's time and ready. That's what y'all on. You guys don't think we know? We know. All right, you said my favorite Pontus. I don't know why. Are you a LBGTQY? He didn't do nothing for you. Well, if you are that, he did. But why? Explain why. FBA. I wouldn't say I'm FBA, Zotar. I would say I am, I'm the same people that could be considered that. However, in my opinion, FBA has taken a long time to make it official off of YouTube, off of social media. It's not good enough to just have hashtag FBA. I prefer to use the name Indigenous American Black because we have indigenous ties to America from the beginning. We are Americans. We were the first ones ascribed that name before immigrants got here. And we always been Black, so that you know our history since the beginning of being called Negro and how we progressed. So I am officially Indigenous American Black, but I do support FBA. I just wish that Tariq Nasheed and all the other people that speak so well would do petitions like I did, would go make phone calls that would fax and flood, and make a splash out there for President Trump to be aware of our existence so that he can understand that he has somebody that he could be working with. Because we are slammed right now with all these aliens and immigrants that the Democrats only care for. And we're not being taken care of at all. We are now just the slaves of old, even including the white people, for these immigrants. That's what's going on right now. Ushered in by the Democrats. They're not our friend. They're our enslaver. So anyone that assumes that the Democrats have your back, you got the game fucked up. All right. You said the Portuguese captured slaves and even forced the Nandundo tribe to capture slaves. Okay. I don't know that history. And where does this Nandundo tribe, is that in Ghana or is that in Nigeria? Where is that? You said hi on this live chat, laughing. Okay. And you said Obama isn't also, no, he's not. He can keep that African-American name and shove it because we don't want it. Isn't it strange to give somebody a name in 1988? Now anybody from anywhere could be called an African-American. That means we're being erased. That's the issue right there. We should have our own identity like everybody else that gets their asses over here has their own. People don't think to respect us, though. They think that we all can share African-American. The mayor of New York, Madami, whatever his name is, claimed African-American on his college application. You got anybody claiming to be African-American. Hell, what's that white guy's name? Elon Musk can claim African-American. There's nothing special about that term. It is a parasitic term that anybody and everybody can have. And that term needs to be burnt to the dust. He can keep that name and carry that name to his grave, but I will never be called African-American. You said facts, everyone has a government that sees to their needs and protection, but Black people think about it. Exactly. You said I could never listen to that evil man. Just because you have a nice, soft tone, people are not seeing the slithering of his voice like a snake. He has never been a good guy. He has always been strategic. He's always been trying to undo and undermine America. He was the very big Trojan horse in this whole fiasco of what the Democrats have been pulling. And since he did what he did, it just made it easier for stupid ass Biden to do what he's doing or what he did back in when he was president up until 2024. Yeah. Let me see. You said I could never. All right. His mother's side related to Dick Cheney. Yeah, I think so. Leadership and patriotism. Yes. Obama. Oh no. Name one country that does that. MJ. What is MJ? Okay. What's up, Sheena? Thank you for being here. How you doing, August? Thank you for being here. You said I don't know why you miss President Obama. He was a snake. Mexico looks out for Mexicans. That's one. Exactly. Why is it so hard to make it so simple just to look out for your own people? We have homelessness going on galore. We have veterans that are outside on the street. We have people that are disabled, struggling. We got people that could come back from the grips of death if you just supported them a little bit, gave them encouragement, gave them the opportunities that we lived and died for. Instead, you want to direct it to Africans, direct it to aliens, direct it to everybody else but us, and we're not supposed to say nothing about it. We're supposed to just sit quiet because, oh, we're all human. Oh, we black skin like they are. I gotta like them because they black skin like me. Oh, that Pan-African talk really works for dumb birds when they talking about, oh, he's black like you. They black like you. You can't talk bad about that black man. No, I'm gonna talk bad about this black man. Okay. All right. He said, we, the American people, are the owners of this country and we treated like subject. Definitely that. That's what it is right now. You said President Barack Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama. No, they're not royalty. It was shameful what they turned out to be. You said, I hear Ghana is beautiful. Go look at it now. Still parts of it probably got flooding going on, and I hope that it picks up more. I hope that the Juneteenth fiasco scheme that you guys are devising, Juneteenth, our holiday in Texas for liberation of slaves that you have nothing to do with, and you guys are hijacking that and taking that to make money off of. Guess how much money they charging people to go talk about Juneteenth in Ghana? $4,000 to $5,000. Can you imagine? They're just greedy as fuck. They're making money off of the castle, the dungeon. They're making money off of the Juneteenth now. They're making money off of everything attached to us. And then they brought their asses to America talking about they want reparations too. These motherfuckers have no shame. And that's why God's going to deal with y'all. That's why God's going to deal with y'all. You said, can't wait to go to Kenya. You better be careful. I just heard a video about a guy talking about how shady they are and how they'll scam your ass in a heartbeat. Canada looks out for Canada. Yeah, I never hear no issues. I will say, I have never heard of the type of things that's going on in America in Canada. They seem to have it more better, well equipped. They don't seem to have a lot of scandals going on over there. Like I said, there's too many greedy people in power right now. Too many greedy ass Democrats. Too many people that have sold us out. They have become a mockery. Think about all the scams like in Minnesota with Ilhan Omar and all that stuff that's coming out right now that the Democrats don't want to be discovered and unearthed. That's why they want to, point the finger at Trump. Trump did this. Trump raised this. Trump ain't helping our black folks. Trump. You're not going to get me on him. No, because I'm on you. I'm on you, Democrats. All right. You said, no, it doesn't. All right. And you said Trump said that black journalists asked stupid questions. They did. I saw it. DD, I saw it. The first thing they were trying to do is get Trump in a get you type of question. They should have been humble and wanting to, show him respect in hopes to have an ear with him, to have a moment to let him know, we really want to work with you. But instead they wanted to try to bash him and catch him off guard and try to make a mockery of him. And they just look foolish. They just look retarded. I was really disappointed because if I would have been a journalist, I'd have been really nice and sweet. And I've been like, can I hit you up sometime and bring something to your attention, after this is over, or maybe have another segment of questions that I can go over with you about our community, because we're not really being listened to. And I would like the opportunity, since you came here and graced us with your presence, something. But no, we've been told that we have to treat the white man like he's always the devil. But these same people won't leave America. If it's so bad, go. If it's so bad, go. It said it takes 18 to 36 weeks to see a specialist for a medical emergency. In what? In Canada? Oh, that's not good. Oh, I wouldn't want that. Oh, that's not good at all. Long live Haiti. Well, Haiti, they need some help. They really need some help, and I don't understand why Obama didn't seem to go over there. I mean, of all places, if you're going to really want to help somebody, it should have been Haiti. I would have preferred Haiti to be helped over Africa. Damn. But Haiti gets no love. Haiti gets no love. It's crazy. You said Sarson showed me the transcript instead of the TikTok. Trump added a fee to attend national parks on MLK Day and Juneteenth, while every other holiday there is no fee. Did he? Oh, no, he didn't. Well, see, I don't really celebrate those types of things. I don't know why he did that, but I don't know how much it costs. Do you know how much it costs? Let me know if you know the amount of money he charged. I don't understand why he would charge, but what is it anyways? He said, well, he was right about Africa needing strong institutions. Yeah, they do need strong institutions, but why can't Africans with all this ability for social media have conference calls? Why can't they join together for a conference? Have all the leaders go join together and talk about what's going on in Africa? No, they all want to join together to talk about our reparations here in America. They all want to join together to talk about what we can do for Africa. They don't know how to do that outside of talking about us. It's strange. It's demented. It's wrong. It's wicked. It's telling that they're on some bullshit, because they could have conference calls. They could strategize and figure out other things to do to so-called Pan-Africanize Africa. They want to talk about Pan-Africanism to us, but they don't practice it over there in Africa. Now, I don't know about this Toure guy, Captain Toure, if that's legit or not, because it seems like it's more of a propped up thing than it's real. I don't know. But if that's real, then good for him. But outside of that, there's no reality pertaining to Pan-Africanism other than telling us about it. They come to us talking about, you need to be Pan-African. You need to be a soldier for Africa. You need to go serve Africa. You need to go serve Africans. You need to go over there and see about Africa. No, I was not made to worry about Africa. I'm sorry. That ship has sailed. If I was meant to be in Africa, I would have been born there. If I was meant to be in Africa, I would have had parents from there, grandparents from there, something. That's not true. Stop selling us that bullshit. You said the Museum of African American History is one of the best museums in the world. Is it? I have never been there. You said Obama, one big ass mistake, America. Yes, he was the downfall, the beginning of the downfall, and Biden really tore it up even further. You said, what laws have other countries imposed on its citizens like Black people? Name one. Other countries imposed on its citizens like, I'm telling you now, this Pan-African agenda, this globalist agenda of the Pan-Africans are all in cahoots with Africans and with the government, more or less the Democrats. They are trying to seize our ability to have our consent. They're trying to force us to be something that we are not. They're trying to force us to become African. Think about it. Just 100+ years before the name change of the new, the African burial ground in New York. For over 100 years, it was called Negro Burial Ground. What's wrong with that name? That's what we were called. All of a sudden, it has to get the tag of African descent, African on it, so that now we have in 2026, this President Muhammad stands up on a podium talking about those are my people. Excuse me? The fuck? Lucky for him, I don't have somebody buried in New York. But if I did, oh my God, but even still, he's just showcasing what he's about to attempt to do moving forward. And we got to stop that bitch, okay? He's not my people. I don't give a fuck what you going through. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. You're not my people. You're not our people. You said Obama was a horrible president. Yes, he was. The motherland, fuck the motherland. Y'all care about the motherland. MLK for USA, exactly. He also married a man. Oh, I wouldn't be shocked. Daddy posing as a female, one of America's greatest. Well, you keep on saying all these nice things, but you never said one thing he did. But he did not play daddy for Africa. Well, you about to hear what he's about to say. Let me get back to this. Let me let you hear.
With better governance, I have no doubt that Africa holds the promise of a broader base of prosperity. Witness the extraordinary success of Africans in my country, America. They're doing very well. So they've got the talent, they've got the entrepreneurial spirit. The question is, how do we make sure that they're succeeding here in their home countries? The continent is rich in natural resources. And from cell phone entrepreneurs to small farmers, Africans have shown the capacity and commitment to create their own opportunities. But old habits must also be broken. Dependence on commodities or a single export has a tendency to concentrate wealth in the hands of the few and leaves people too vulnerable to downturns. So in Ghana, for instance, oil brings great opportunities, and you have been very responsible in preparing for new revenue. But as so many Ghanaians know, oil cannot simply become the new cocoa. From South Korea to Singapore, history shows that countries thrive when they invest in their people and in their infrastructure. When they promote multiple export industries, develop a skilled workforce, and create space for small and medium-sized businesses that create jobs. As Africans reach for this promise, America will be more responsible in extending our hand. By cutting costs that go to Western consultants and administration, we want to put more resources in the hands of those who need it, while training people to do more for themselves. And that's why our $3.5 billion food security initiative is focused on new
3.5 billion and keep counting. Here's your daddy.
methods and technologies for farmers, not simply sending American producers or goods to Africa. Aid is not an end in itself. The purpose of foreign assistance must be creating the conditions where it's no longer needed. I want to see Ghanaians not only self-sufficient in food, I want to see you exporting food to other countries and earning money. You can do that. Now, America can also do more to promote trade and investment. Wealthy nations must open our doors to goods and services from Africa in a meaningful way. That will be a commitment of my administration. And where there is good governance, we can broaden prosperity through public-private partnerships that invest in better roads and electricity, capacity building that trains people to grow a business, financial services that reach not just the cities, but also the poor and rural areas. This is also in our own interests. For if people are lifted out of poverty and wealth is created in Africa, guess what? New markets will open up for our own goods. So it's good for both. And one area that holds out both undeniable peril and extraordinary promise is energy. Africa gives off less greenhouse gas than any other part of the world, but it is the most threatened by climate change. A warming planet will spread disease, shrink water resources, and deplete crops, creating conditions that produce more famine and more conflict. All of us, particularly the developed world, have a responsibility to slow these trends through mitigation and by changing the way that
Again, there's daddy. We have the responsibility, the responsibility to take care of another man's sovereign so-called country. When these African men stand up and unify as real men and get to getting their hands dirty and doing stuff, all the stuff that Obama was talking about, these people don't want to move that fast. They don't want to do nothing like that. They like to move at their own tune and at their own time, taking it slow, and they expect other people to fill in the gap for them. They're so comfortable with other people filling in the gap. And Obama led the way in this sick relationship where Africa gets all these billions of dollars and never make nothing out of it. They never show nothing for what they get. They just get all this money just dropped in their lap. And somehow we're supposed to look up to them. Somehow we're supposed to reverence them. Somehow we're supposed to have worship for them. No, you got me fucked up. No, we ain't doing that, Democrats. You got this all wrong. Nobody consented to this go back to Africa. Nobody consented to being African. You guys are in the background talking to these clowns, and you guys are coming up with all these strategies and all this marketing and all this bullshit that you are piling onto my people, and we're sick of y'all. That's why you guys are going to lose the next election. I'm going to make sure you do. For sure.
We use energy. But we can also work with Africans to turn this crisis into opportunity. Together, we can partner on behalf of our planet and prosperity and help countries increase access to power while skipping, leapfrogging the dirtier phase of development. Think about it. Across Africa, there is bountiful wind and solar power, geothermal energy and biofuels. From the Rift Valley to the North African deserts, from the western coasts to South Africa's crops, Africa's boundless natural gifts can generate its own power while exporting profitable, clean energy abroad. These steps are about...
And they haven't done none of it. All this yapping, all these possibilities. Oh, Africa got this they can do. Oh, they could do that. Oh, and they just like humming and swaying their heads side to side. Yeah, he gonna give us a nice big bag of money, y'all. We're gonna have some good food tonight and some good curry chicken or curry goat, whatever the fuck you guys eat. The point is that y'all didn't mean it when he said it, and he knew, he should have known y'all didn't mean it when he said it, because y'all have never moved like that. You're always looking for other people to fix what you refuse to fix yourself. You got all these so-called smart Africans that's traveling all over the world. You guys are everywhere. China, Jamaica, America, UK, Canada. Where are you guys not at? Is what I like to know. Where are you not at? You guys go away from Africa, take all your so-called smarts about yourself, and you stay nice and tucked away in somebody else's land. And then you want Black Americans to revere y'all because y'all talk good? We ain't giving y'all that. Take y'all asses back home and get to work. Then we can look up to you and say, okay, they doing something now. But no, you got China building up for you. You got everybody else from all over the place building up for you. And it's pathetic. In my mind, you're not real men. In my mind, you should not be revered. You should be avoided. Okay?
More than growth numbers on a balance sheet. They're about whether a young person with an education can get a job that supports a family. A farmer can transfer their goods to market. An entrepreneur with a good idea can start a business. It's about the dignity of work. It's about the opportunity that must exist for Africans in the 21st century. Now, just as governance is vital to opportunity, it's also critical to the third area I want to talk about, strengthening public health. In recent years, enormous progress has been made in parts of Africa. Far more people are living productively with HIV/AIDS and getting the drugs they need. I just saw a wonderful clinic and hospital that is focused particularly on maternal health. But too many still die from diseases that shouldn't kill them. When children are being killed because of a mosquito bite, and mothers are dying in childbirth, then we know that more progress must be made. Yet, because of incentives, often provided by donor nations, many African doctors and nurses go overseas or work for programs that focus on a single disease. And this creates gaps in primary care and basic prevention. Meanwhile, individual Africans also have to make responsible choices that prevent the spread of disease while promoting public health in their communities and countries. So across Africa, we see examples of people tackling these problems. In Nigeria, an interfaith effort of Christians and Muslims has set an example of cooperation to confront malaria. Here in Ghana and across Africa, we see innovative ideas for filling gaps in care. For instance, through e-health initiatives that allow doctors in big cities to support those in small towns. America will support these efforts through a comprehensive global health strategy, because in the 21st century, we are called to act by our conscience, but also by our common interests. Because when a child dies of a preventable disease in Accra, that diminishes us everywhere. And when disease goes unchecked in any corner of the world, we know that it can spread across oceans and continents. And that's why my administration has committed $63 billion to meet these challenges.
$63 billion, $3.5 billion. Wow. Wow. $63 billion, 63.5. Let me write that down. That's a lot, ain't it? And you go look at Africa right now, you don't see nothing that showcases any of that money anywhere. It's all in their pockets. All in their pockets. But they still steadily coming back for more and more. They're never satisfied. They have excuses as why they're not building. All in all, $67.0 billion. And from what I'm reading, back in August 6th of 2014, now this was 2009, mind y'all, 2009. Now this fast forward to 2014, President Barack Obama announces another 37 billion business investment in Africa and 110 million annual peacekeeping support. Wow. So if I tally it up, another 37 on top of that, and another 100, and what was it, 110. Wow. Over, y'all, over $1 billion. It's gotta be, hold on, I didn't even, I'll get to that in a minute. While I tally this up, I'll let you hear some more. We're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna go on to the next phase of what I want y'all to hear. The next phase of what I want y'all to hear and see what Biden gave to Africa after all this money that Barack Obama gave to Africa. And they still desire to take stuff from Black Americans. They still feel the need to snatch up reparations that don't belong to them. They still feel the need to try to get money that we got here in America towards building up their sorry ass Africa that they refuse to build. They just don't see no end to their greed. Listen to this while I tally it up.
$63 billion. Building on the strong efforts of President Bush, we will carry forward the fight against HIV/AIDS. We will pursue the goal of ending deaths from malaria and tuberculosis, and we will work to eradicate polio. We will fight neglected tropical disease. And we won't confront illnesses in isolation. We will invest in public health systems that promote wellness and focus on the health of mothers and children. Now, as we partner on behalf of a healthier future, we must also stop the destruction that comes not from illness, but from human beings. And so the final area that I will address is conflict. Let me be clear. Africa is not the crude caricature of a continent at perpetual war. But If we are honest, for far too many Africans, conflict is a part of life, as constant as the sun. There are wars over land and wars over resources. And it's still far too easy for those without conscience to manipulate whole communities into fighting among faiths and tribes. These conflicts are a millstone around Africa's neck. Now, we all have many identities of tribe and ethnicity, of religion and nationality, but defining oneself in opposition to someone who belongs to a different tribe or who worships a different prophet has no place in the 21st century. Africa's diversity should be a source of strength, not a cause for division. We are all God's children. We all share common aspirations to live in peace and security, to access education and opportunity, to love our families and our communities and our faith. That is our common humanity. That is why we must stand up to inhumanity in our midst. It is never justifiable to target innocence in the name of ideology. It is the death sentence of a society to force children to kill in wars. It is the ultimate mark of criminality and cowardice to condemn women to relentless and systemic rape. We must bear witness to the value of every child in Darfur and the dignity of every woman in the Congo. No faith or culture should condone the outrages against them. And all of us must strive for the peace and security necessary for progress. Africans are standing up for this future. Here too in Ghana, we are seeing you help point the way forward. Ghanaians should take pride in your contributions to peacekeeping from Congo to Liberia to Lebanon, and your efforts to resist the scourge of the drug trade.
But what about the slave trade, huh? No mention of that. It's very hard for me to calculate this because it's in the billions. So I guess it's in the trillions total, like a $1.4 trillion plus another 100 million also that he provided during the two different administrations that he had. I mean, and they don't have nothing to show for it, except for these people have pillaged all that money and all those gluttonous ass Africans sitting up in their high horses are just eating nice and fat off the hog, saving all the money. And you see no remnants of nothing that they have built whatsoever. And that's what makes this so frustrating, because they refuse to do anything because they do not want to do the work. And so since they can't do the work or refuse to do the work, they're resorting back to what they're used to, which is just take the money and hoard it. Have nothing to show for it and have another sad song to sing to get more money from the next administration, which I'll show you a quick clip of what Biden's tired ass did, what he announced during his administration. And just think about all the money that Africa has gotten all that time, 8 years with Obama and 4 years with Biden. So that's 12 long years. And listen to this.
Being all in on Africa means making sure African voices are heard at the tables that matter most. Under my leadership, the United States we brought in the African Union as a permanent member.
And that's the problem right there. He brought in the African Union, and the African Union decided to make a regional 6, tagging African American on the jurisdiction of this region 6. Who that claims African American consented to the regional 6 of the fucking African Union? Why do Democrats think that they can just use African American and do it as they may with people that are actually human beings, that are freed people, we thought, that are Americans, we believe, but somehow Democrats think that they own us. They think that they own anything attached to African American. This is what I mean about the agenda of the Democrats that has been going on since Obama and carried forward with Biden, them meddling with that name African American, and that's why that name has to be destroyed. That's why we have delineated for the Democrats that are dumb to believe that we're going to just idly sit back and allow y'all to keep doing this shit without saying something. I'm going to say something. I'm going to do something too. Okay? A petition is being drawn right now as we speak, and it's going to get to President Trump, certified mailed, and all the stuff that you guys are pulling is going to be revealed, and I hope that he's going to strike y'all down. I'm sick of y'all. So yeah, all of a sudden, the African Union has us labeled to their regional six, to their jurisdiction, as if we're not citizens, as if we are their citizens, as if we belong to them. The fuck? And these are the type of things that Democrats continually do that's very, very unsettling, and the nerve of them to think that somehow we're supposed to, keep voting for these bitches, these treacherous ass Democrats that every wake and turn finds a way to undermine us even more. And then you go and utilize the African American and you give it to every other immigrant that graces America to apply to those benefits attached to us. And then they get their set-asides that they get from their nations, from all the money that you give to Africa. They get all that money too. And they have advocacy groups and Pan-African groups that get money funneled in that way too. So you got 3-4 different ways of getting monies that Black Americans are stuck with the African American and Black American term. And all we get is one source of benefit while y'all get 3 or 4. Oh, I'm going to bring that up. You best believe it. Why do we have the Congressional Black Caucus, the Democrats, the Urban League, the NAACP representing so-called American Blacks, yet you guys are so hyper-focused on immigrants and aliens over us? Why do we need you any longer? Why do we have to have y'all represent us any longer? Wouldn't it be best that we release ourselves from y'all shackles and ask for our own organization, brand new, that's only for us? Huh?
G20 economies. And we insisted on more African representation among the leaders of the International Monetary Fund and other world financial institutions. We've also pushed to ensure that developing nations do not have to choose between paying down unsustainable debt and being able to invest in their own people. And we're using our own voice to increase African.
Fuck your president, Joshua Jones. You don't tell me nothing, bitch. Get the fuck out of my chat room. That's what I'll do for you. Bye, bird.
Presence in the UN Security Council at the United Nations. That should happen. You can clap for that, folks. You should be in there. The United States continues to be the world's largest provider of humanitarian aid and development assistance. That's going to increase. That's the right thing for the wealthiest nation in the world to do. And today, I'm announcing over $1 billion in new humanitarian support for Africans displaced from homes by historic droughts and food insecurity. We know African leaders and citizens are seeking more than just aid. You seek investment. So the United States is expanding our relationship all across Africa, from assistance to aid, to investment to trade, moving from patrons to partners.
Wrongfully terminated at work? You have the right to fight back. An experienced employment lawyer.
Okay, so y'all heard 1 billion extra was provided. So there is no end to the gravy train when it comes to getting billions upon billions of dollars to Africa. And there is absolutely no excuse after 12 years that that place should not look better, but it really doesn't. It really doesn't. So we see what they're doing with the money. They're hoarding it, and then they're coming back for more and more. They see no end to the greed that they have within their hearts, and this is why these people will never, ever be blessed. Now, moving forward to the part that I want to bring up to update y'all on, I saw some of the Al Sharpton's stupid convention that he did a couple of days ago. I showed yesterday Kamala Harris' tired ass interview that he did with her, where she was all drunk and looking all sad and pathetic. But I didn't get to the part where I'm about to show y'all now, which is very interesting how these Democrats were here at the non-foundation this national action, whatever, what is it called? National Action, I guess, Network, founded in 1991. He's been propped up to be a civil leader that nobody respects at all. And this man has been standing and acting as if he's our representative. In fact, he gave the go-ahead for this President Muhammad to go to the UN declaring ancestors that are not his. Like, you guys have no respect at all for Black Americans. Y'all hid in secret his arrival to America. We got wind of it just 48 hours before he landed. So we could not make enough noise like we would have if we would have been given enough time. But that's how y'all treat us. You treat us like kids. You treat us very disrespectful. And then y'all expect us to still be loyal to y'all unconditionally. And we're not. We're not your slaves. We're not your property. We do not have to do what you say to do. And we're not going to go and deal with Ghana. And we're not going to be accepting the African American term no more. That's got to go. It's got to go. It's got to go.
Before we get started, I've been thinking a good deal and frankly praying a good deal about this topic. For those of you who have not been with me here at NAM before, Monique Presley, I have a daily show, the Monique Presley Show, and I run a crisis management and communications firm in DC. And one of the things that we talk about frequently is humanity. Humanity, not people who just care about things we care about, come from where we come from, look like we look, talk like we talk, eat what we eat, practice the same faith as us, but human to human, what rights are vested in us as part of the Constitution of the United States?
So already off the gate, she's lining up the Black Americans at this stupid ass convention to talk about rights, and they're pretty much going to start talking about immigrants and their plight and woe is them, and they're being treated like this and that and the third. Again, they are illustrating to y'all, to your face, that they're only looking out for them, but they need your voice, they need your energy to help propel them back in office to finish the deal of selling out America for good, so that we have no power in our vote, so that we have no say in nothing, because there'll be too many people here for us to be buried over. And that's what the Democrats are working with, globalists like a George Soros and Pan-African globalists and Africans and all these other people from all over the globe to do their deed and sell out America. That's what y'all want to do. That's why we don't respect y'all, because y'all don't stand for us. We don't stand with you. And we need to have the shackles of the Democrats dismantled from us. We've been rocking with y'all for 60 long fucking years, and it has to end this year.
And the gift that we have today is a group of people who have devoted their lives and are currently devoting their lives to the work of upholding and protecting human beings who are immigrants in this country so that they can have the same inalienable rights as any, and frankly, those.
Why would they have the same rights as Americans? Think about that. She's saying people just show up and they get the same gift that your ancestors actually had to die over. They had to bleed over. They had to get beat up by. They had to go to jail for. They had to get dogs sick on them. They had to get hosed down with. They had to get hung up in trees, crosses burned in their lawn. All kinds of stuff we had to go through. But this woman up here is standing up here saying that these people should just show up and just get whatever we got because they human. Can you do that in other countries, Black Americans? Can you go anywhere and just show up and get benefits? Can you just show up and get housing and medical and rights to vote, to make a difference in the future of Americans? Can you do that? But this bitch is going to make it try to sound like it's the right thing to do. And it's so sickening that a lot of y'all just sat silently in the crowd listening to this nonsense. I would have stood up and said, what are you talking about? This whole entire time that I listened to this, I never heard them say anything about the Black community as they're going to help us with anything. It's all about the immigrants. It's all about the aliens. That's it. That's all. It's over. Black Americans, they have abandoned you 30 years ago. Their representation is null and voided. Everybody that is so-called Black or organization has sold out. Therefore, immigrants now and aliens, they don't care about you. They wave their hands off when you say something. They hold their hand up to tell you to be quiet. They say, oh, you're being divisive. And they walk away.
Those who were born here need that same protection right about now. Can I get an amen, somebody? So whatever is going on right now in our immigrant population, we should care about, one, because it is our neighbors, it is our family, it is our friends.
They're not my neighbors. They're not my damn friends. There's a lot of different cases with a lot of different people acting a fool, being unalived by these aliens, being raped by these aliens, being ran over by the teacher got ran over about a month ago. And none of you Democrats said a word about the loss of these people's lives. You never said a word. You didn't even want to give it an utter. You didn't want to give it an acknowledgement. Not one time. Not once. But suddenly, you're expecting Black Americans to give a flying fuck about everybody. We're supposed to care about millions of people. We're supposed to care about millions of people over us. What kind of sense does that make?
Those we work with, those we practice faith walk with, but we also frankly need to care because what is happening with them, we're next. So I'm going to give...
Again, that's fear mongering, and that's all they tend to do. When they ain't got nothing else to say, you're next. We've always been. So singing next ain't nothing new. Okay? We got to look out for ourselves and get rid of these people that's so-called representing us. They got to go. All of them. Can them all. Dissolve all organizations. Make a new one that's exclusively ours, and they can keep that African-American one and make their own and leave us the fuck alone for good.
And panelists, each of them an opportunity to just quickly share 30 seconds worth of their work, starting from my far left, to introduce themselves, and then we'll hit our questions.
I take care of my kids and my parents, so getting healthy food on the table matters. Project Food Box delivers fresh, high quality.
Left to introduce themselves, and then we'll hit our questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Robert Bush, and I am the president of the National Action Network in Las Vegas.
Good afternoon. My name is Latrice Cook. I am the president for the Central Texas chapter of MAN in Austin, Texas, the capital city. I am glad to be here. I'm also the founder and executive director for Milch Center, which assists for 23 years, which assists people who have previously been incarcerated and their families. I'm glad to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrice Lawrence, and I serve as the executive director for UndocuBlack Network. We're a national multi-generational network of currently and formerly Black undocumented folks from the Caribbean, from Africa, from all over the diaspora, and I've got folks in about 30 states.
So far, we got one person that's helping out with people that are incarcerated. That might be some of our people, but it outweighs with all the other representation that you're going to hear with all the other people talking about helping out illegals, specifying who they are, who they represent. Haitians have an advocacy group and whatnot, and others that are working in concert together to elevate these immigrants and these aliens over us when we're like bogged down with the same old tired organizations that used to be for us, and now they tapped out and they're not representing us at all. They're just saying little key stuff. You're next. You got to think about them as your neighbors. Oh, they're human. Be godly, like what would Jesus do? And all this type of crap we get to hear. But you don't get to hear someone standing up to say, you know, you guys are really not dealing with the Black Americans. Their voices are muzzled. You're not going to hear that, though. Okay, so just pay attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorian Spence. I'm a civil rights litigator, and I serve as the litigation coordinator for Communities United for Status and Protection, which is a coalition of organizations.
Status, huh? He is a litigation lawyer working with people for statuses. A Black American man looks like, but he's helping out again people that need to get statuses. He's nothing to do with Black Americans, nothing to do about our plight, nothing to do with homelessness or the crimes in our community or different things that we could talk on. Everybody's basically tapped out, and they're all giving their allegiance to helping out just immigrants, and they're saying it in your face. We're here for the immigrants. We're here for the aliens. We are coming in your face telling you this. We're representing them and not you. You've been forgotten and abandoned, okay?
That fight for permanent status for folks with temporary protected status that are living in the country. That organization or that coalition includes UndocuBlack and my co-panelist organization, Haitian Bridge Alliance, as well as African Communities Together, ADICAR.
Look at that. All those organizations, at least 4 of them he just mentioned, all working in concert together. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh, they get all the help in the world. And then they also get help from their home countries. They get money that way. And they get these NGO help, and they get the 501c organizations, and they get the Pan-African help as well. Where, oh, little Black American, did you go? You're buried somewhere under all of that. You don't have no representation no more, and that is my problem. That will be about my petition. We do not have any representation anymore. It's gone. It's gone.
National Network of Arab American Communities and Haitian Bridge Alliance.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? You can do better than that. This is post-lunch. How are you feeling? Good afternoon. My name is Murad Ouauda. I'm the president and CEO of the New York Immigration Coalition. We are an organization of over 200 member orgs across the state of New York, here fighting for all New Yorkers to ensure that we can all live with dignity and respect. Thank you for having us.
And guess how many people are immigrants in New York? There's a lot more immigrants there than anybody else. So there you go. Same old story.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Escobar. So I am the executive director of CASA. CASA is an immigrant rights and services membership-based.
Oh, now we even got a brown person. Oh, the brown, what is it? The brown and black community. There it is. Oh, they unify with the other immigrants. You guys locking in on the truth now, Black Americans, Indigenous American Blacks, how you have been circumvented out of the equation. You have been moved out of the equation. You are left with nothing. You are unknown at this point. You are buried. You're buried with all the other people working in concert together against you. You are fighting an unwinnable fight when you have all these different organizations that are being propped up and they're being promoted and they're being funded and they're scratching each other backs. The Democrats are helping them out. They're helping them out when it's time for election. And so they kind of like funnel the money back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And none of it touches our community. Isn't that strange? Wouldn't you be mad right about now? When are we going to hear? And I'm for the Black community, the Indigenous American Black community that's American here. We're going to help them out and see to that they also get assisted as well. When will you hear this? You won't.
Organization. We have offices in Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. And we work to empower our community and ensure they have full freedom. Thanks so much for having us.
Good afternoon, New York. My name is Gerline Joseph. I am the co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance. We are an organization.
Again, another one. Oh my God, 5 or 6 different organizations. Oh my God, and no made mention about Black Americans at all. Just that we need to be about God and we got to care about humans. And we're next. That's all we get. You're next. You're next.
That advocate for the rights of people of African descent, and we bring together immigration, human rights, and racial justice for all people.
All people but you, Indigenous American Black. All people but you, foundational Black American. All people but you, Americans. Everybody else but you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amadou Lee. I'm the founder of the Amadou Lee Foundation. And pretty much what we do, we fight for immigrant rights. Most of you heard of Canal Streets.
Oh, it goes on and on and on and on. It's so tiring. I could not believe that people didn't stand up at some point and say, where is our representation? You ain't heard one. Not one.
Events like that, when ICE raise laces, we stand up and we fight for our people.
Hit and run victims, you are not stuck paying for everything. A hit and run doesn't have to mean you're on your own.
For our people.
They're not our people, and that's the lie they sell. Everybody Black is all one, but they're all being put and elevated over us, and we're being left without nothing. We're being left to fend for ourselves. but they want to say we're family, we're brothers and sisters, we should love one another. Who does it help? It helps them. Us aspiring to be Pan-Africans does not help us, not one tittle bit. It helps everybody else but you. That's why they want you to be a Pan-African. Oh, yeah, we black together. We're black. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I think it's a good way to start with you because your organization is the largest state immigrant rights coalition in this country. Thank you for that and for your leadership. You represent over 200 diverse groups. I'm wondering if you can give us kind of a high level.
200 diverse groups. Oh my God. Now, before I let that continue, because I just got to let y'all just hold that thought. 200 groups. 200. Wow, we're being buried, y'all. This is unbelievable. There's a video I want to talk about real quick before I continue that, because that is so unsettling. It's so unsettling that the Democrats would think that we would just be happy about all of this, like we would just be cool with everything that's going on. Again, I'm glad that President Trump has been trying to fight for the right of us maintaining the integrity of the 14th Amendment. It's been hijacked. Everything that's attached to us, that's meant for us, that we died for and fought for, somehow finds its way for everybody. And luckily, Brian Donalds, who I believe he's partially an immigrant, but maybe first generation, but at least he's standing up for the fact that he wants to address the fact that the 14th Amendment is being bastardized, because it has been. And Trump is doing the right thing, the righteous thing, to try to stop all these people from being able to access the 14th Amendment because they showed up, because they flew in, because they came past the border, or because they got smuggled in. That is undermining America's sovereignty, is undermining the culture, is undermining our protections and security and everything else under the sun. And this is where we are, y'all, fighting to try to have some leg room to preserve something that was meant for us, or at least can the birthright, so that nobody else can abuse it any longer.
Yeah. One of the biggest issues in Florida and around the country. Yeah. You've been accused of wanting a pathway to citizenship for illegal aliens. How do you respond to that, and what exactly is your position on that? Do you support deporting all of you?
My response is I've never supported a pathway to citizenship. I know the video that people are referring to. I did an interview with CPAC back in 2021. This is before Joe Biden let in more than 10 million illegal aliens into the United States. And the question was about how do we actually bring immigration into common sense reality today? And I said, you have to start with border security. You have to start with security first, secure the border, get that done. The second thing you have to do is go through reforms of the visa system. H-1B visas, they got to go. They've been abusing American workers. There's so many reforms in the visa process that are needed because this stuff was written in the 80s, not today. And so it all has to be reformed. The third thing was following the 9/11 Commission's review and saying that we have to have a biometric exit system. We have a biometric entry system in the United States. We still don't have a biometric exit system. That has to be done. Then I said, we have to make sure we end chain migration. We should go back to a quota system in immigration because the United States has to be able to assimilate people coming into the country. If you have workers who are using visas to come in, we got to be able to take stock of that, assimilate them into our way of life. The sixth thing I said was we need to end birthright citizenship. This is actually before the court right now. Birthright citizenship, in my view, is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment because that was for black slaves. The 14th Amendment was written for the children of black slaves in order to give them citizenship in a country that had denied them and treated them, obviously, they were slaves, as slave labor. That's the purpose of the 14th, and all of the debates leading up to the 14th Amendment support that position. What the United States has done in practice, not by law, not by constitution, is that if you're just born in the United States, you've been granted citizenship.
But let me explain what this means to people. The Chinese government has over 500 birth tourism companies where they have Chinese foreign nationals who basically come over on a tourist visa, give birth in the United States. The baby is now a U.S. citizen under the way it's looked at, and then they go back to China. And then that child who has citizenship has the ability to come into the United States at any given point in time. The parents don't have allegiance to the United States. The parents are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, but the children are now somehow citizens. That's crazy.
But that's been going on for decades, for probably 30, 40 years. Everybody been very, very quiet, especially the Democrats, because they've been working ever so steadily to do this usurping of the 14th Amendment and basically taking over America with all these different people that do not have allegiances to America, and allow them, the second generation or first generation kid that's born here, to become a governor or mayor. And then they look to their homelands and care about their situation and bringing all their people over here and forgetting about the Americans that built America. That's what they've been doing. That is so disgusting. But y'all think that we're supposed to unify with the word black? No, that's not working out no more, Democrats. That's not going to work no more, because we see how we've been played, and you guys have been just playing the fiddle in front of our faces. And this is a wake-up call for y'all that have been slumbering and sleeping and slobbering all over the place. Nobody's going to care about you if you don't care about you. We got to get upset about this stuff. We got to make some noise. You got to make some calls. You got to write some petitions. You got to make something happen. You cannot just idly sit back and just be on social media yelling FBA all day. That's not going to hit it. And they just hope that you stay contained on social media, not doing nothing, not demanding nothing, not causing a friction or throwing up steam or raising hell. They don't want you raising hell, causing viral moments and interviews and petitions and faxes and phone calls. And just imagine if 10,000 of us, just that minimum number, 10,000 of us 1 week flooded the White House and all other organizations with faxes and calls and petitions. Don't you know that would get Trump's attention? That would get somebody's attention. Sitting back on social media saying FBA and going after the tethers and all that. It's funny sometimes, I get it, but they're still basically in control of the rigged game against us, and they know it. They just get to hop on the panel and talk about Pan-Africanism. Oh, we all black. Oh, we should care for one another. Oh, we need you in our fight. They don't care about you, though. They just want to contain you and make you still stagnated on social media, not raising hell. That's why I'm so upset, because it's like, I'm going to do it. I have done stuff before. I will do this for sure. If it doesn't even make his desk, if it doesn't even raise hell, I'm still going to have copies of it for my file. I'll still have proof that it got mailed to him. I'm still going to be building a case in case later on Ghana tries to pull a maneuver or trying to somehow have authority over us, because that's where I'm seeing the writing on the wall is going. They're trying to make us be under the subordinate of Ghana and Africa against our will. And I just feel like people should write out, notary signed, some type of notice that they want to be under the control of Ghana or whatever, but to leave other Americans alone that do not want to be bothered, but they do not have respect for us. And that's the issue that I'm having. They do not have respect for us. They're not showing us no respect. They're treating us like slaves and kids. And y'all should be very frustrated and upset like I am. But so far, it seems like everybody's upset, but just online. Everybody's upset. But, There has been some, I'll take that back. There has been some protests in regards to the president of Ghana coming to New York and Philadelphia. They did raise can't even talk right, I'm so upset. They did raise some hell, but it just wasn't, it didn't reach the main news. It didn't reach the main TV, CNN and all that kind of thing. And I wish that it would. And that's what I think that we should be trying and aspiring to do, because these people are definitely trying to take us under, and they're trying to reel us into this notion that we're just as immigrant as everybody else is. That's their whole goal, is to make you feel like you actually don't belong here, just like they don't. But what they're trying to do is basically do a switcheroo, where they're giving the empowerment to these immigrants and to these aliens. And they're telling you that you really belong to Africa. See the switch and bait that they're playing? See the destiny swap that they're playing? This is what the Democrats have designed for us to be captivated by, this long, drawn out notion of going back to Africa. But ask yourself, if Africa was the best place to be, why aren't all the immigrants flooding Africa? Why are we only selected to go there and everybody else is coming here? Because they want you gone and they want to replace you with the new improved immigrant. That's what they're doing. That's the sickness of the Democrat. That's the disturbing sickness of Al Sharpton. That is the sickness of all these Congressional Black Caucus people and everything like that. Speaking of which, before I go back to the video, they're the leader of the Congressional Black Caucus had a word with an interviewer that stopped her about the voters' right that Trump is trying to pass. What is it called? The American, the Voters American Act, that you have to have your birth certificate, you have to have your passport, something to verify with a certainty that you're actually a citizen, because of all the millions upon millions of illegals and immigrants that have been allotted IDs behind the efforts of the Democrats, and how the Democrats are trying to hold the line so that these immigrants can be able to vote, so that they can stay in power and just be done with us. We be just totally buried for good. And that's what the Democrats are attempting to do. And that's why I'm very, very upset. And I really don't care what the Democrats or anyone has to say about it, because I'm telling the truth. And the truth does hurt. But I have to say this. And let me show this person. Oh, this is another clip. But anyway, she held a caucus talking about, let me see, is this the right one? Okay, she wants, of course, everybody wants to go right back to the black talk. Whenever there's some type of trial and tribulation, the black card is played. And the Black Caucus always goes back to our civil rights or our plights, and they make up some messed up story about how we're going to get weakened to not be able to vote, and y'all should really fight and raise hell to preserve the right to show your simple ID as before, or no ID at all, because you're making it hard for the black people. But no, they're making it hard for the illegals and the people that should not be voting. But here she is going to tell this lie, and I'll look for the other video where she got stopped in the hallway and asked a question about the Voters American Act, and how she was asked, well, your black populace supports this act, close to 80%. And this same lady was like, well, I don't care, they're not right, and, went on about her business. Let's go to this.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus for the 119th session of Congress, and proud representative of New York's 9th Congressional District, located in Brooklyn, New York. We are joined here today by Maya Wiley of the Leadership Conference, Mark Marial of the National Urban League, Derek Johnson of the NAACP, Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley of the National Council of Negro Women, Melanie Campbell of the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, and Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant of the National Pan-Hellenic Council of Presidents. I want to thank all of the leadership for joining us today and for partnership with the Congressional Black Caucus. It is critical that we gather in this moment, given what we are up against. Across the country, our communities are voicing deep concerns about the threat posed by Donald Trump and his allies. Today, our democracy, economic opportunity, fundamental freedoms, and access to the ballot box are under attack. Over the past year, we have seen a concerted effort to roll back civil rights, undermine voting access, dismantle social programs, and concentrate power in the hands of the wealthy and well-connected at the expense of our communities. From weakening...
Of course, she's lying, because this is all about rolling back all those benefits given over to illegals and people that are not citizens that should not even be here. And that's what Trump was trying to force them out of the programs and everything else out, because they shouldn't be here. 10 million plus people in the country for the past 4 years, and none of the Democrats have batted an eye about that part. And now they stand up here talking about, oh, these rights are going to be taken away from people that shouldn't even have those rights to begin with. This is the type of leadership that we have, unfortunately, over us. These are the people that's supposed to represent the indigenous American blacks. She is a Caribbean descent. She looks out for her Caribbean descent. She looks out for all other immigrants. She does not care about the folks that have been here. She does not care about the keeping of the sovereignty of America. They just want to be in power. They want to stay in control. They're making sure that their future and their children's future is all preserved, and to hell with America. These type of people need to be taken out of office. This organization, in my opinion, has served its purpose. It's over. They're not serving the Black community as it used to. They have basically become an appendage to the Democratic Party, an arm to the Democratic Party. They don't have their own singular voice separate from the Democrats. So what point is it of them to represent us any longer? What are we getting with this representation here? Nothing but lies, nothing but gimmicks and tales and stories to put fear in our heart. That's all they do.
The Voting Rights Act and advancing voter suppression measures like the SAVE Act, to politicizing the courts and sowing fear and division through actions cause real and disproportionate harm to Black communities. Instead of working to lower the rising cost of living and create real pathways to economic security and advancement, the Trump administration has been working overtime to take our country in the wrong direction. Today, I
beg to differ. Again, they are sellouts. They don't give a flying F about what happens to America. They're all in bed with the George Soros types and the Pan-African globalists and the Africans and everybody else around the globe, but they can care less about little old Americans, white, Black, or whoever you are that have been here for generations. They don't care about you at all. Now here she's being asked the question, and listen to what she says. When they say at least 76% Black Americans support the voter ID.
The act is an attack on civil rights and is racist. Could you just explain that further? Because 76% of Black Americans support the SAVE Act, according to CNN.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, we find it racist because at the end of the day, it's targeting Black communities with a cost burden. We've been through this historically, right? Where we've been prohibited from voting because we didn't know how many bubbles were in a soap bar. And so
again, she wasn't there for that time, but they love to just use our history as if it is hers. She's a Caribbean. She don't know nothing about the bubble with the voters or whatever happened back when. She wasn't here then. But this is all they continually do, use our history as their own, speaking for us as they are us, and they're not us. Representing us, but not giving a damn about us. And they gotta go.
this is just a new iteration of that, and we're very focused on defeating it.
But if 76% of Black Americans support voter ID,
I don't believe that 76%.
CNN reported it.
Well, that's that's possible.
Okay.
But I do not agree with it.
And because she says she doesn't agree with it, she makes the final call, right? She don't have to listen to the Black community that's telling her what we want. We're not good enough to be heard because she knows what's best for us, because the same mentality of someone that has us in shackles believes that we don't know no better for ourselves. We're to be told what to say, what to do, and how to be. That's the same mentality of all these Democrats. And that's why they all need to be, I believe all the organizations need to be dissolved away and just rebuilt back up, because they're linked to globalist agendas. Why do we need them? They're not helping us. Why are they here? They need to go. Sorry. If y'all don't feel the same, I don't know what to tell y'all. But let me see what your comments got to say before I continue. I appreciate everybody for listening to me. I hope that this is ringing a bell for a lot of Americans, white and Black, especially because this is affecting us the most that have been here for generations, how we are being treated, and how we're being ignored and being bypassed and buried. And everything that belongs to us is now being reassigned to everybody else but us. And you all should be enraged. And I just don't see any point of Democrats revamping for another run for the 2028, because this is the same shit that we're gonna get. What the fuck? I'm not looking forward to y'all getting back into office so we can be buried more. No, y'all need to stay the fuck out of office, and y'all need to be barred, and organizations need to be dissolved away. Y'all need to go away. What's up, y'all? Favorite nurse says, between illegal immigrants that gain citizenship and the juices, we as Black Americans have been played and used by everyone, and I mean every ethnic group. That's exactly the point. You're right where my mind is. If you're out there, a Black American or a white American or a real American that espouses to be an American, whoever you are, if you're not thinking like me, there's something wrong with you, because we don't have the luxury to take care of millions of people over yourself. We do not have the luxury to be extending that type of generosity and sacrifice. We don't. We will not survive another 4 years with that type of shit happening again. Brad says, imagine showing up in Africa tomorrow and expecting everyone around you to pay your way. Huh? Well, that's what I'm saying, Brad. But they come here and they expect to get it good, and they're getting it good. They're getting it good because the government is keeping monies flowing to them. Luckily, Trump is not doing it like that no more. But trust me, they got billions of dollars, up to, I think, over $1 trillion before it was all over with. 12 years, they got over $1 trillion, and they didn't use it to their benefit. And we can't show up to Africa and say, take care of us until we figure stuff out. No, you guys going to say, get the fuck out of here. You're being deported, or you're putting in jail. You're going to be put in jail. Something bad's going to happen to you if you show up with no money. You said, then they hate us, but wants to use the 14th Amendment when it is not for them. Exactly. They disrespect us. They tell us we don't have no culture, but the culture that you're feeding off of like a parasite is the culture that you come for. You want that birthright citizenship. You want protections of the Constitution. You want to have police and fire station and medical doctors and lights and roads and water and food and all the things that we have organized and have it all wrapped up like a science. Y'all want all that. That's our culture. Okay, y'all ain't got that kind of culture. We got that kind of culture that you're basking in right now. Telling us we ain't got no culture, you a lie. Everything that you are gaining here in America is our culture. The conveniences that you get, turn on an air conditioner, is our culture. The ability to open and shut a door and lock it is our culture. The ability to enjoy our food, our movies, our everything that we do, how we move, and everything that we have gained throughout this whole 400 years plus is our culture. And it is all the sacrifices that we had to do to get to where we are right now. And you guys just want to just waltz on in and get what we had to work hard for like it's nothing, like you didn't have to break a sweat and you think you're supposed to just get it? Guys have lost your minds. What's up, Golden Brown? You said centralized government must be truly centralized, but in America it's too flippin' floppy because America knows that they can never give original copper colored people of ancient Turtle Island now call. Exactly. They think that, but the messed up thing that Americans need to understand is that we were the sauce. If you help elevate us, we're going to bring back America where it needs to be. And we'll help y'all, support y'all to get rid of these people that have come to take over. We will be the voice to help stand with y'all so that you guys can't be called racist. We're not going to care to hear none of that. We don't care about them saying racist or you're MAGA. I'm not MAGA, but I have common sense. You said bye, Hamite. 40 years or so, Brad says. Usurper. And yes, they are. Y'all please be respectful to the host. Yeah, I'm speaking the truth. If you guys don't like hearing the truth, you like to hear lies and people talk all sweet and nice and sing precious songs to you, you need to go somewhere else. I'm talking about what's going on in real time right now here in America, all the reasons why we cannot support Democrats and why we have got to do petitions and make calls and complaints about what they're doing to us because it's not right. It's not right. Golden Brown says freedom, no freedom for original copper colored people of ancient Turtle Island, now called America. It will destroy the American way of life. That's why they give us nothing. Understand this, people. Yeah, they don't want us to be doing good. Because if we're doing good, then we have options. If we have options, we have our will, we have our consent, we have our freedom, we have everything that we need to maneuver without being ensnared and shackled. They want us to stay downtrodden, broken. They want to be able to tell you shut up and sit in the corner. They want to be able to treat you like that. When you're broken and you don't have nothing. And they just tell you, oh, we'll just give you this. You go over there, just stay over there a little bit. Oh, we got an option for you to go to Africa. Go visit over there. They just want you to get so set up to be fucked off. That's what they're on. Oh, Lord. Chelsea, how you doing? You said we have to leave a lot of this offline too. I'm letting it know I'm coming. I want others that are not bold enough to say what I'm saying to go offline and do it. I'm hoping to inspire other people. If you're a good writer, it does not take long to do a petition. In fact, you can go to AI and direct AI to help you with a petition. You can say, I'm writing a proclamation petition as follow. You put the little colon and you write it out, and the AI will actually format the legalized petition for you the way it's supposed to look legally. And then you just go get a typewriter or a computer, you type it out, you save copies, you go mail it, and you get it certified. We got to not feel like it's an overwhelming thing to do. It's not hard at all. I didn't even know AI would do it for you. I accidentally asked a question and it started writing out stuff for me. I was like, what? It was so easy. It corrected things. It restructured my paragraphs for me. It took stuff out that I didn't need to say. It made it sound better. And then I went back and added more stuff to it. But you can do that. It's not hard at all to do. Just try to do it. Get somebody that you know that's able to write, sit them down, explain to them what's going on with the Democrats, what's going on with Ghana, what's happening with these globalist agendas, how the Pan-Africans are trying to force us into a relationship with Ghana and with Africa, trying to force us into being Africans when we do not want to be that. We are Americans. That's the agenda. They want to switch our destiny with the illegals and immigrants and have us go to Africa. But if it was so great, why don't they invite Haitians to go to Africa? They're having a bad time in Haiti, right? They might be running out of TPS, right? Where are the Pan-Africans crying out to the Haitians that they want to help their brothers and sisters? All that talk about brothers and sisters and loving one another, where's that love then? Why is that talk only for us? Because we are the targeted group, y'all. Wake up. You said, I'm 65 and Dem 45 years, and this last election was the first I decided not to vote. Why immigration and others too far out their left policy? Exactly, Truth, but you're going to have to vote this time. I know it seems like a harsh thing to choose. I know this is not a good thing to be in war. I pray to God that war is going to get wrapped up soon. I'm kind of leery about what's about to happen with that, but we got to stay focused on the fact that we are being taken over and these Democrats are assisting in our usurping of our rights and our right to be as we were for generations. They don't want us being the main character known as a Black American. They do not want us to be known as the ones with the history of building America. They're trying to have Ghana latch on to our accomplishments and try to claim it as theirs. Get your own, Ghana. Go break the ground and build something, Ghana. Stop trying to feed off of our shit. You didn't do nothing. You ain't build nothing. The fuck's wrong with y'all? You said you're already captivated by bipartisan. Wake up. I'm not captivated by nothing. I'm captivated by the truth. When I walk outside and I'm stepping over homeless vets, people in wheelchairs, people looking all downtrodden and depressed, I mean, it's eye-opener as to what is going on to real Americans that have been bypassed. I'm sorry, I see reality as it is. I don't stay inside and only, look at beautiful stories on movies and shows and talk all nice on YouTube about, oh yeah, you got a nice story. You sound nice. You sound sweet. That's not enough. Anybody can sound nice and sweet on social media. Anyone could talk about, I'm your brother and sister. Nobody gives a damn about you, though. You said destiny swapping, well, attempting to do so. Yeah, they are. The SAVE Act is what we need. The Save American Act is what we have to have. I mean, I know that it's going to be an inconvenience for some people that may have lost their birth certificate or their passport. Maybe they got to get another, but you have a year or so to get it. Just hurry up and start saving and get to getting another one, or, making sure that you're covered so that you're not waiting to the last minute. A lot of times, a lot of us procrastinate. We are so upset about we have to pay this. I mean, come on now. We're trying to save America. That's what it's called. Save America Act. Save it from people that's not of this land to have the ability to take over this land with the power of the vote. They do not need to be in the position of being able to vote over your vote as an American who has been here for generations. That is just outrageous that this is being allowed to happen. We have to be honest. And Brad says, I like this lady. Thanks for doing. Thank you. What you're doing. I appreciate you, Brad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for shining the light on this 100% truth. Thank you. I appreciate you all. So full of ish. Am I? Oh, don't say that. Black people have ID, so we good. Well, they're saying, Roderick, it's not enough to have your own regular ID because the Democrats have been allowing illegals and aliens to get any type of ID. They've been allowing them to get like trucker driver's ID. They've been allowing them to have individual IDs. They basically had an operation, a network, where they were doing this for a time for 4 years when Biden was president. So he knows, Trump is aware that there are millions of people that have IDs that are not legally citizens here. So he's going a little bit further than just your ID. He's saying that you have to show your birth certificate and your ID. Birth certificate and your ID. Is that so hard to do, Roderick? Or your passport and your ID. Is that so hard to do? That's all he's doing is making it proofed that you will be able to vote and have your vote honored, and that illegals and immigrants are not going to be the ones taking over. Yeah, she's a Jamaican. Yeah, that's why she don't give a damn about us. But sitting up there talking about 79% of Black Americans want the SAVE Act. And she's saying, oh, well, I believe this, so it is what it is. Yeah, 51 million immigrants in America. It's way too many. You know, I woke up like 2-3 years ago. I looked around in California. I did not see like regular Americans. They were all like Indians and Asians. And I was just shocked. I was so shocked one day when I was walking around. And I was like, oh my God, I feel like I'm in another country. It was really surreal when I seen it and I woke up to it. Yeah, we need to sue the CBC or NWA, or we need to have them dissolved. How about have them revoked? How about have them sat down and stripped? How about that? They want to give it all away. Yeah, they do, Brad. Your favorite nurse says they really are hurting us on purpose, but we are on to their crap now. Yeah, we are. NAACP didn't respect the fact that the Cherokee Nation reached out to NAACP. Ain't shit. Exactly. They don't care about what we need. We all know that the indigenous American Black is not one thing. We are multi-raced with all the generations of being in America. A lot of us have Indian heritage. I know I have Cherokee heritage from my father. I may have African heritage, but I don't know because I ain't never seen it. You know, but the point is, I'm American first. I've been here for generations. I don't want to do a redo. I don't want to connect to people that are treacherous. I don't want to connect to people that are scammers, that are hustlers and conniving individuals that are Africans over there in Ghana. No, 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 no. I don't give a damn how soft-spoken they seem because it's all an act. Behind the curtain, behind the wall, they'll be speaking in their language and high-fiving and laughing about what they're doing and what kind of games they're playing. I can just see it now. Trust me, I see y'all. I see y'all. I'm right there while y'all high-fiving and talking shit. Just know I'm right there, a fly on the wall, right there listening, okay? You got yourself a subscriber. Thank you, Brad. Who is we? Tahaka. How you doing, Tahaka? Thank you for being here. She's a trans American. Who is? Okay, it's all the same ish. Okay, collectivism. Okay, you said, I remember when they rolled out DACA and the DACA kids in NC got free driver's licenses. See what I'm saying? My ex-husband paid for our sons fair and square. They get so many rights and free rides. Exactly. That's the way it's rigged. And what I've discovered because of being online, I've actually had Africans tell me that they click off the African American box and get benefits. And then they have their set aside box when they have their Nigerian grants or their small business loans, and they can be Nigerian African or Haitian, whatever, or, you know, Caribbean, whatever they are, they get that too. They get to double dip. And then when you have globalists that have all these other agencies that are working in concert together with the globalists and the immigrant group, then that makes it easier for them to get extra benefits that we don't get. None of us get. So we're being cut out and they're getting 2 or 3 different dips of blessings and protections and rights over us, and that's not right. And the Democrats think that we're supposed to idly sit back and be cool with that. You guys got us fucked up. Bye-bye, go back home to mommy. Okay. He said, my fellow Americans, that's capping for these folks while bypassing and belittling our homeless veterans should be ashamed of yourself. I mean, it's so sad. I've really seen some sad scenes. You said Kamala says she's thinking about jumping back out there for president. Yeah, I noticed she said that, oh, you should expect something for your vote, but that's just a lie. She's going to say and dangle that like the reparations talk. And what has come of the reparations talk? Ghana shows up talking about we his people and we want to take the reparations to Africa. That's what the Democrats are doing. They want to give everything that's supposed to come to us to them. That's how fucked up they are to us. They have no care to give to us. They don't give a damn about us. You said, thank y'all for the likes. Thank y'all. I appreciate that. You said, I'm so tired of the brown foreigners saying we don't have no culture when we see them basking in the glory of our culture. Exactly. They got clean showers to take. They got nice toilets to sit on. They got nice structured homes and apartments to be in and cars and all that stuff that you never get at home. And y'all want to bring y'all tired asses over here and talk about we ain't got no culture, trying to make us feel bad because we've been living like this forever. You want us to feel bad. You want us to look down. You want us broke. That's what it is. They want us to look like them. Think about that. They want us looking like the people of Haitian right now, in Haiti right now. They want us to look like people in Sudan right now. They want us looking like people over there in Ghana right now, in Jamaica right now, everywhere that's not developed and struggling. That's what they will for us. Y'all better wake up. You're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing, ma'am. Thank you for that. Your local library can assist too. Exactly. I'm going to a law library to make sure that everything is copacetic. I'm definitely going to do that. But I'm saying it's a lot easier than you can ever imagine. All you have to do on AI, literally, is I am creating a proclamation petition as follow, and put the little colon dots, and then write out what you can write out. And then you go back and say, structure in a format. After you write what you got to say, try to write it in the letter as concise as you can. And then when you're done, you simply say, now put in as a completed petition as it needs to read, keeping as many points as I have said, but structure properly. It will automatically push it out for you. You don't have to know how to do it. It does it for you. So there's no excuse. You said it will be fine. Exactly. For Black, oh, the pan goofies are grieving for that PD African Bambata. Oh, that guy was a pedophile. That's a shame. That's a shame if they're crying over him. Democrats are trying to take Virginia with a 10-1 when they already have 6-5 seats already. Yeah, they just, man, I'm telling you, they trying to do us in. They want to see us the way other people around the world are looking. We've been looking too good and clean, and we've been too free for too long in their mind. In their mind. They want to see us totally ensnared and enslaved again. They don't want us to be able to have rights. They don't want us to be able to have choices. They don't want us to have freedom and free will. They want to take all that from us and have us stuck. That's what they will for us, because they've been jealous of us for a long time. All these immigrants that come from other places have been jealous of us, even though we've struggled the most. They feel like we don't deserve that either. They don't respect our plight. They just want to use it. And that's why I'm telling y'all the truth. You said, fam, it was so hard getting my birth certificate. Was it? I'm glad you got it, though. I thought you just had to go to the office of records, some kind of records. You just put in AI, where do I go to get another copy of my birth certificate? And you just put in where you were born, and it will shoot out exactly the location, the number, and everything for you. Salute to Ghana. We coming for our check. I don't want nothing to do with if Ghana gets sued, which, by the way, I'm glad you said that. There is a lawyer. His name is Dennis Sperling. He's on YouTube. He has a channel. He says he's going to sue Ghana. But the catcher is he's trying to get land from Ghana. And he didn't read the room right, because we don't want to live in Ghana. I don't want to go live in Ghana with people that can burn down whatever you create, and they can try to mob kill you and all these types of things. What would I want to do in Ghana for? Like back in 2014, I believe, there were two sisters that was on that Pan-African kick, and they moved to Ghana together. They built a house, they had land, they were doing really well. They were talking about Pan-Africanism and all that type of jazz. Then suddenly out the blue, some of the residents came and said, this is our land. You're standing on our land. We want it back. They took the people to court. They won the case for the land. They got back home and got unalived before they can get in the door. Both sisters were unalived in Ghana. Nobody talks about that. But that's the mentality of these people. They want what you got. Everything you build, they'll destroy it or they'll take it from you and run you away. Why would I allow myself to be subjected to that? And to tell us to believe that these people are decent enough to leave us alone and let us build and have better than what they got going on over there? Come on, it's not going to happen like that. Let's be real. You said they asked me if my parents was married just to get my birth certificate. Shit was stupid. My wallet hot, lost with all my documents. Oh, you had your birth certificate in your wallet? Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you were able to get it, because I'm lucky enough to have my copy. I mean, because I was a ward of the court, but luckily I got those type of things and I preserved it. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to get it. But whoever has to do what you have to do. Again, this is trying to secure America from illegals, from being able to take over. So you got to do a little bit extra this go around, and you got to understand the logic and the rationale behind it. You said, I'm returning to the program. The man in the high castle, I just subscribed. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Oh yes, Cali was like that when we were stationed there almost 15 years ago. Lots of them and Filipinos, after other Asians rarely saw us unless it was on base. Okay. NAACP supported the white lady that is in the governor. More than likely, yeah, they support all Democrats. It doesn't matter if your parents are married or not, long as you have their names, at least one of them, when you fill out the paperwork. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know, because some people might not remember everything. Passive aggressive scammers. They definitely passive aggressive scammers. They think they slick because they talk so well. They talk like this. Yes, my brothers and sisters. Yeah, we can have fufu together. I can show you around Ghana, give you a tour, let you see everything that you need to see. You know, all nice and humble sounding. But those are the most dangerous types. Those people are performing. When they're speaking in their language and they got good drink in them, they're letting loose and they're talking hella shit about us. They're talking about how they're going to take over and they're going to basically break us and make us be subordinate to them, because that's what they're dreaming of. They are dreaming the dream of getting the hold and control over us as their subordinates. That's what they fancy over. Think about all the Africans that are on social media, how they talk to us. Oh, they know it all. Oh, we know your history. Oh, we know who you are. Oh, you got to accept this. Oh, you a lost African. They act like they have authority where authority is not applying. Have authority in the land that you need to build. Have authority over the immigrants that are migrating all over the place, risking their life to flee Africa. Have authority over that. Don't be trying to have authority over people that's been never connected to you, not nan time in our life. But that's the catch. The Democrats are giving them the green light to say, oh, the African American term is going to work very nice. We'll just change the Negro burial ground to African burial ground. Did you know that Obama got rid of Negro and replaced it with African? The tether of all tethers got rid of the name that we were called by. I prefer Negro. I do not want to claim African, not at all, because this is a hostile takeover. They're trying to colonize us. True, I have my mother's name. Okay. You said yes, especially at these HBCUs. That's who are getting all our kids scholarships. Folks better wake up. Yeah, and they're making them be Pan-African to get these scholarships. They're indoctrinating them. They're not allowing them to get these scholarships and just be themselves, you know, like we were when we went to college, where we just picked what we needed to pick and we didn't have no agendas attached to us learning. Now, all of a sudden, for this scholarship, you have to be indoctrinated. You have to be told and dictated to what you're going to think on and how you're going to be under their type of authority and thought process. That's fucked up. That should not even be allowed. Like, what the hell? You said, MJ, fill out the paperwork and add her name. You should have no issue receiving your birth certificate. Also try the website as well. Okay. And I'm getting it sent from Boston. I'm glad you are. I'm glad you're doing it early. That's always smart to do. Everybody that's listening, please go look to find your birth certificate right now. And if you don't know where it is, go ahead and submit a new one right now. And just take care of it so that you get it out the way. Don't let the Democrats get you all upset over nothing. You said Vitals has it. Yes. And why does he want land over there? It is not safe for us to go there. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking that maybe Dennis Sterling has had a chat with one of these Pan-Africans that's paying him off a nice deal of money. Because you know these content creators can always get paid a lot of money off of line. All you got to do is email them and chat with them offline and they can hook you up with some type of money. And then all of a sudden you talking about going back to Africa. That's why I don't trust him. After he went there, I was like, I'm going to petition my own damn self. Fuck Dennis Sterling. You said why? Okay. Lots of our folks had to leave from all parts of Africa because of the treatment, violence, scamming, and deletions. Exactly. Like, we ain't gonna talk about all the people dying over there. It is some people that were birthed before birth certificate. Oh, okay. I got you. So how long has birth certificates been out? I thought we always had them. You said cartels. Okay. Fufu is nasty. It looks nasty. Yes, I've seen it all at the work snakes. Okay. Obama and his dude ran a strong mind game on us. Yes, they did. We don't have a national drug organization. A national drug organization? I don't know what you mean. But I'm going to get back to this, let you hear the best part of this. Now that you guys know that they're all on helping immigrants, I don't need to let you guys hear any further. But you heard at least 6 to 7 different people that was talking about they're working with like 200 different groups, immigrant groups, and they're serious about helping them out and giving them what we got. They want them to get the best of what we got without the heartache, without the pain and suffering. They just want them to get handed everything. So now let's get to this. Now I'm going to give you an example of what I mean about what Ghana does. We're going to listen to this YouTuber. Her name is Pana Genius TV. Well-spoken woman. She got all the answer. Let her tell it. This is how they come off as know-it-alls. They act like they're supposed to be over us. They act like they're supposed to tell us what to think and what to do. And then you're going to hear her bring up the president of Ghana, who had some words for Black Americans that was telling him, we don't want him representing us. We don't want him claiming us. He was a part of the slave trade. His family is from the Ganja, Gonja tribe of Ghana. They were captures. They captured slaves. They went and raided different villages and captured people. And this bloodline guy is standing up here talking about he wants to represent us. He deserves reparations for Africa. These motherfuckers have bumped their head. And like I said, I don't want to see a Ghanaian in my face ever. I'm telling you that right now. I don't want to see them in my face ever.
America, everyone is demanding reparations. But instead of a united front, we're arguing over who deserves it more, who suffered more. We're questioning each other's claims. And in some cases, we're even saying, well, they shouldn't get anything at all. And nowhere was this made more clear than after the United Nations recently recognized slavery as one of the greatest crimes against humanity, following a historic push led by Ghana and the African Union. Instead of unity and a celebration of this historic milestone, the backlash began. Some are asking, well, why Ghana? Why Africa? How can Africans ask for reparations when they sold us into slavery, when their ancestors weren't the ones who suffered?
I'm not saying you sold us into slavery. I'm saying you partook in the slave trade. Nobody knows where we came from, if we even came from Africa, okay? Because there were indigenous people, melanated, already on the soil of America, is well documented. Those that were known as being a part of Indian tribes were reclassified and were enslaved also. They were reclassified into the name Negro. They were reclassified sometimes if they had a different hue or different hair texture into colored. They were reclassified sometimes as mulatto. Okay? We came in a lot of different shades, and there were different types of slaves. They went in the same quarters together during slavery, and those slaves intermingled and bore children. They didn't stay with one set group of people and had kids with. They had kids in the middle of all that. And then sometimes with the slave master also. So you have white blood, you have Indian blood, you have African blood, you have Aboriginal blood. We're not one thing, but one thing we can claim is American and being indigenous to America. That's the one thing I'm claiming. I'm not claiming that you sold me from Africa. I'm claiming you partook in the slave trade and that I don't want nothing to do with your kind. And that you and your kind shouldn't have nothing to do with me and anything pertaining to reparations or anything that we're trying to do over here. Okay, you're giving yourself more power and credence than I said in the first place. What we're saying is get out of our face, stay out of our business. We did not invite you. We did not consent to you. Why are you here?
Right. And here's the part that should concern all of us, right? While we argue, the people who actually owe the debt don't have to do anything at all. No pressure, no urgency, no consequence. So now the question isn't just whether reparations should happen. It's whether we're approaching this in a way that actually leads to results, or in a way that guarantees that we all walk away with nothing, absolutely nothing. Are we getting lost in a moral debate over something that ultimately requires strategy?
Were you recently in?
That's not strategy. That's hijacking. And thanks for coming through. Your favorite nurse. I really appreciate you. If you want, you can add some points of view that you want to add to the petition in the comment section, and I'll add that in if I didn't add it already. But y'all didn't ask. Y'all took over. You're acting like it's a strategy, but we weren't in the room strategizing. You took over. You got in front of. You claimed us against our consent and without our blessings. That's not strategy. That's hijacking. That's being sneaky. That's being a snake. Okay? That's what these Ghanaians think, that they can say different types of words to make it mean something else, but the actions show otherwise, that you're doing something else. And that's why we can't trust people like this at all.
Because this isn't just about justice. It's about power. And it's about whether the Black world can actually come together and on one of the most important fights of our time to secure justice for our ancestors and begin to heal the wounds carried across.
But our ancestors are not. Your ancestors are the people that was catching and enslaving folks, okay? My ancestors were the ones that from somewhere, either in America or somewhere over there in Africa, intermingled with all the other people over here in America, became us today. And the ancestor that might have made it to America is our ancestor that sacrificed for us. They weren't thinking about you. They were thinking about their children, not what was back when, but was forward. And we're not thinking in past tense. You guys want us to do a redo. You want us to do a do-over. No, that ship has sailed. You don't get to tell me what my narrative is. Okay? That's the issue. You guys are in a place where you should not be. You are claiming people that are not claiming you. You're being disruptive and disrespectful. But because the Democrats have said it's okay because you guys have shared monies behind the scenes, I'll scratch your back. When it's time for the election, you'll scratch my back. Wink, wink. We all in this together. Wink, wink. The Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP and every other fool and buffoon. Wink, wink. We got your back, Africa. Just long as when we about to come back into office, you have our back, and then we'll kick you some money right back when we get right back in office. That's what y'all are talking on in the background. You guys ain't got our back. Y'all making sure that y'all keep money flowing somehow by keeping our name in your mouth.
Those generations. So today, let's confront the question head on. Who really deserves reparations? Is that question even relevant? And more importantly,
of course it's relevant. You see how she talks? Of course it's relevant. You and your ancestors did not do the forced labor. You and your ancestors did not have to die early or painfully or get shot or get hung or all the things that befell on us. None of those things happened. Whatever happened to you in colonization, you guys brought it on yourself. It was called karma. I don't feel nothing for what y'all went through and continue to go through. I do not care.
What is this division costing us? Let's break it down.
By the way, fair use, I forgot to say that at the damn beginning. Fair use for educational purposes. This is a highly passionate video, probably the most that I've had in a long time, because I am really on fire with how I'm feeling right now. And I feel like I need to activate and act. And so this is the beginning of a lot of stuff that I am going to be doing to try to let my voice be heard. But this is not hate speech, YouTube. It's about being clear and honest and transparent about how I feel about people that's trying to impose their will onto people that have nothing to do with them. I don't care that they want to make up this story about 400 years ago, the year of return and all these types of things. That's your story. The people that consent to that, let them consent to that, but leave the rest of us that's not consenting to that, that's not studying Africa, that's not studying you, to leave us alone. That's what we want. We want Democrats to respect the position that we have. We don't want nothing to do with Africa. We're not African. I'm not claiming African descent. I'm not claiming African. I'm not claiming Africa. I'm not claiming nothing but America, period. And it doesn't matter if you guys have rubbed elbows behind the scenes and exchanged monies all over the place. You ain't got nothing to do with me. You're not my master. I'm not your property. Okay?
All right, my people. Hello to everyone and welcome to The Breakdown. I'm your host, Sandra Bebu Boateng. Now, before we get into today's episode, if this is your first time watching, or if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, please take a second to do that now. And also, please be sure to tap the notification bell for alerts. This is really important so that you never miss a new show from us. And let's get the chat going. Please drop where you're tuning in from and let us know what's happening there in your country, in your state, wherever you are, that we should be paying attention to. Here on The Breakdown, we are a global community and we love to keep each other informed.
No, we're not a global community. That's the problem right there. We're not a global.
Refreshingly local stays you can trust.
Get past
Friendly service.
the patheticness. Okay, here we go.
A few of our people.
Now, this is this president right here. This is the man that showed up at the UN. First, he showed up at the burial ground that used to be called the Negro burial ground there in New York. It was known to be the burial ground for over 100 years. And suddenly in 1993, I believe a Democrat had its hands in changing the name. So then it made them the go ahead and the green light to show up claiming that those were his people. Nothing but a scam. They're used to scamming all over the place. These people lie like they breathe. And now he has some words to say about us saying, dude, we don't want you representing us. We are not your people. We want you to leave us the fuck alone. And he had some words for us to try to minimize the fact that his bloodline was a part of capturing slaves and raiding villages and selling millions of people all over the globe. Now he wants to play like he ain't never did nothing. His family and bloodline is so pure, and he's humble and godly and righteous. Let him tell it.
Today, let's get into the show.
A few of our people, I don't know whether for attention or popularity, criticized the achievement and tried to belittle it. And they made all kinds of infantile arguments. They say, so, but Africans were involved. I mean, it doesn't, the crime was systematic. The ships that carried the slaves were insured by reputable insurance companies that are some of the richest in the world today and profited from the slave trade. The ship owners made money, reparations, and listen to the important one. Reparations were paid to slave owners for letting the slaves go. When they abolished slave trade and said the slaves could go, they compensated the person who has enslaved somebody for loss of property. As recently as 20...
You hear this? For loss of property. So, in other words, he's saying the white man got money for his property. We didn't get money for our property. You get it? That's what it's all about. We didn't get our money like the white man got money, but you've been getting money from the government. You got money over $1 trillion from Obama. You got money over $1 billion from Biden. You keep getting money. You don't need no more money. You need to get somewhere and sit your ass down and stop lying. Okay? We're not your people. We don't give a flying fuck about you or Ghana. I hope it floods over there in Juneteenth. I'm going to laugh my ass off. I'm going to pray that God shows another flood during Juneteenth for that ass to teach you another lesson about fucking with our ancestors. I want God to show how mighty he is and how he is our God, and that you should never, ever mess with our ancestors. Yes, something's going to happen behind that Juneteenth. You guys are so greedy. You guys only see greed, and now you're trying to get power. You're trying to take over authority over people that's not even claiming you. And you sitting up here talking about they got money for their property. Does this sound like a guy that's sorry for slavery, y'all? He couldn't even word it right. They got money for what their part in slave trade. He says they got money for their property. So does that mean that this man still looks at us as property?
15, compensation was paid to people for losing their slaves. And you come and tell me that we recognize this as a grievous crime, and you say, oh, but Africans were involved. This was a whole system. They built ships, and they built the ships with measurements to make sure that the cargo can take the maximum amount of slaves.
All right, my people. So before we even get into the debate, right, we need to really slow things down and get one thing absolutely clear. What exactly are we talking about when we say reparations, right? Because a lot of the tension and a lot of the confusion and honestly, a lot of the disagreement that we're seeing right now comes from people starting from completely different understandings, right, of that word. Reparations is not charity, and it's not aid, and it's definitely not a favor being handed out. Reparations are the act of making amends for a wrongful act or injury, typically involving compensation in money, in land, or services to victims or their descendants. They aim to address historical injustices such as slavery, genocide, or war damages by repairing the economic and social harm caused by systems that were deliberately designed to hurt, to abuse, extract, to exploit, and to exclude. And this isn't some radical.
But you guys can't be the victimizers and then turn around and become the victims. I'm sorry. That does not work. So they're showing all these white people and other people signing stuff in the background, making sure no African was there. Oh, we were victimized too. See how all these white and Indian people were there? Those were the people that were actually enslaving y'all. We didn't really do nothing. We were mere victims ourselves. They showed up with guns. What could we do? No, you failed to tell the truth about your role of a couple of 100 years prior to the Europeans even making it to Africa. You were already involved in the slave trade. You were already, what do you call it, demoralizing humans, treating them like they weren't nothing but for a mirror, for umbrella, for whiskey, for wine, for what, guns and powder, and for stuff that you couldn't make yourself, that the white man came and said, hey, you want to see this? You see how this work? You know, you sold out for minuscule things. That's not our fault that you were so dumb and so impressed by what the white man can build and you couldn't build. It's not our fault that you didn't value human life and didn't see the future like you should have thought about it. And now you're looking all sad and decrepit. It's not our fault.
Unprecedented idea, right? Reparations have happened before. The United States has made payments to Native American tribes for seized land through the Indian Claims Commission. Germany paid reparations to Jewish survivors after the Holocaust. And Japan has issued compensation in various forms for wartime actions. So let's be clear. Reparations are not unusual. They are a recognized response to historical injustice. The real question is not whether reparations should exist. It's who is deemed worthy of receiving them.
My car accident case ended at $100,000. And it wasn't just me, my friend case settled.
And who they're deeming is the Africans. They're trying to destiny swap us out of what our claims are. They want to take the place of who we are and say, those are our people, one and the same. So give it to us because we're the mother country. We're the parent over these children of ours. Give us the money. We'll dish it out as we see fit, which you all know you ain't going to see fit to nothing. You don't help out your people right now with the billion and trillion dollars that you got already from the Democrats. You ain't even fixed your roads yet or your sewage system to disallow the flooding to happen year in and year out. So we know we would not get and see a motherfucking dime from y'all. Y'all know that y'all are not going to do right by us. That's why you snuck in to America trying to hope and pray nobody even knew you was in town. But we got wind of it in a nick of time. By the grace of God, one of my moderators got wind and I was able to do a couple of lives before he landed. And there was people that did show up to protest. And this is why she feels like, oh, there's a big misunderstanding. Oh, these Black Americans are throwing things out of proportion. They're just not likable people. They're not honest people. They reek demonic tendencies. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that's how I feel. They reek demonic tendencies. They talk soft, but they intend to do something a lot more harsher than what they're talking like. So you cannot be fooled by their demeanor and about what they say and how they say it, because they don't mean none of it. It's just to get them further to the goal of getting to the goods or getting to the money, to be able to parasitic off of our legacy, off of our history, off of our struggle, because we accomplished something here in America. Ghanaians ain't accomplished shit. They don't have nothing to show for as far as inventions and as far as musical talents and movies and athletes and all these things. They came hella late. They ain't got no gold medals. They ain't got no movie stars. They ain't got nothing. So they want to tag on to us and take away our glory and act like they earned it. These are despicable people that we don't want nothing to do with. And how dare the Democrats think that they can just tell us we got to be Pan-African, we being divisive. The fuck? If you want to go to Africa, have at it. If you want to renounce your citizenship, that's the best thing to go do, to prove the fact that you claim what you're saying is real, that you want to be about Africa and Africa only and all these type of talk. Prove it. Renounce your citizenship and go back home. Black Americans that are dumb enough to be a Pan-African, prove it. Renounce your citizenship and go live in Ghana and trust that they'll take care of you like America does. Stop talking. Be about it.
Is who is deemed worthy of receiving them. And when we talk about reparations in the context of, the Black world, we're not talking about a single moment in history. We're talking about a system, the most expansive and coordinated system of economic extraction that the modern world has ever seen. It begins with the transatlantic slave trade, where millions of Africans were taken from the continent, stripped of their identity, their labor, their futures, shipped across the Atlantic into the Caribbean, into South America, into what would become the United States, and forced to build entire communities.
Again, they know no other place but America. Isn't that interesting? They know no Haitians, they know no Jamaicans, they know no Brazilians, where most of them went. They only know the name of Americans because those are the ones that have money. Those are the ones that have an actual claim that could be legitly recognized. Oh, we got to jump on those people. We got to hijack their claim. We got to call out their name and say, those people are us. And the Democrats are saying, oh, yeah, we could do that. You got 10 million? Oh, yeah, I'll sign on that. Al Sharpton, oh, yeah, I'll sign on that. The biggest coon of all time, Al Sharpton, is you. You. Because you are a Black American. You are indigenous to America, you fucking fake. Ooh, let me stop. Lord God, hold on.
And economies for free. Entire nations, entire industries, entire financial systems were built on that stolen labor. And that's not an opinion, right? That's the historical foundation of the modern global economy. But here's where we have to, go deeper. Because too often people treat slavery like it was a moment that ended, like it was something that happened and then it stopped. But the reality is the system didn't.
We know it ain't stopped. You still got it going on in Ghana right now. You got children in the waters. You got children getting, coconut. You got children looking for coconut, looking for cocoa butter, whatever. Forcing them to do this and that. You guys ain't never been sorry about nothing. Now you just attach that shit to kids. And you hope that we become your bond slaves. You hope to capture us and colonize us against our freaking will. And you think because you're talking all nice and soft, somehow that's supposed to make you legitimately, accurately, truthful, and righteously true? No, you're lying. You are a liar. You've been exposed.
Appear. It evolved. It adapted. So, as I say, it went from visible chains to invisible chains. In the United States, it became Jim Crow.
And those invisible chains are the Democrats shackling Black Americans to the Democratic Party, voting for them for 60 years and promising us nothing. Promising us nothing. Telling us to go visit Africa. Telling us to go invest in Africa. That's all you got to tell us? We don't want to go to Africa. We don't care about Africa. Y'all don't care about Africa because you're not in Africa now. You don't live in Africa, do you? No, I bet you don't. Your office looks too nice for you to be living over there. More than likely, you're right over here in America talking this hogwash shit. No, I don't have a StreamYard. Sorry about that. But whatever you like to say, I will converse back and forth with you if you have a potent thing to say. AI Hal 9000, I don't mind. MJ says, fam said he wants to be paid twice. That's exactly what he said. You caught it. He's mad because he didn't get dibs on his property like the white man did. He wants the even out of getting something else on top of what the white men did because they were partners. So you got to be fair with the partners. Even though you got colonized, even though now you worship white man, because you can't do nothing without the white man and the Chinese man. Because you're inadequate as an African. And somehow you think we're supposed to be wanting to worship you when you ain't got nothing to show? Fuck out of here. You said Al Sharpton charges to show up at funerals. I bet you he does. Al Sharpton, I can't wait for him to go to sleep and not wake up. I do not care for that man. I did not care for Jesse Jackson. I lost faith once Jesse Jackson changed our name. And Al Sharpton just been showing his ass off. And he's being spiteful about being disrespectful in front of our faces. He's lucky somebody ain't ran up on him and handled his old ass. You will not be respected, Al Sharpton, when you die. I will definitely disrespect you on your deathbed. You understand me? And when you're gone, I'm going to have a party. You understand me? You will not be remembered as anything but a traitor. As someone that thought you had the right to colonize us to Africa against our will. Who the fuck you think you are, Al Sharpton? Somebody ought to slap the living shit out of your mouth. Standing up there with the microphone, just talking all nice and soft and just a snake.
Redlining and mass incarceration, systems that continue to extract and suppress Black economic mobility long after slavery ended. You see, in the Caribbean, it became plantation economies still controlled by former colonial powers, where newly freed people were left with little to no ownership of the wealth that they had created. And across Africa, it evolved into colonialism, where borders were drawn without regard for people, resources, extracted at scale. and entire communities were structured not for internal development, but for export to the very powers that had enslaved and colonized them. So when people ask, why are we still talking about reparations? Well, this is why. Because the damage didn't end.
And what's so funny, man, I predicted that Ghana would be the one that would try to get our reparations, and everybody called me a crazy lady. That's a crazy lady. Ghana would never try to get reparations. They didn't know they were part of the slave trade. I said, watch. They coming for our reparations. They setting up us nice with this year return, giving people citizenships galore. It's all a strategy. Oh, we got so many Black Americans, African Americans over here. We have ownership now over them. These are people. And by extension, those over there in America also are people. But that's where you fucked up. Again, you should have just made it to where people consented, and you claim the ones that allowed themselves to be bamboozled by you. You wanted to be greedier than that. You wanted to take the people that ain't studying you and not trusting you and don't even like you. And you think we're going to just sit back and let you do whatever? Nah. No.
Slavery. The system simply changed form. And the effects of that system are still shaping wealth, opportunity, and power across the world today. And once you really understand that, once you see this as a global system, not isolated experiences, you begin to understand why so many different parts of the Black world are making claims. You know, why Africa is speaking, why the Caribbean and Brazil are organizing, and why Black Americans are demanding justice. But here's where it gets complicated. Because while the system was global, the experiences and the claims are not identical. And that's where the division begins.
I miss when HR used to feel the squeeze of bad software. Then they got Bamboo HR and...
Identical. And that's where the division begins.
We do not have in common what my bloodline has in common. I'm an ex-veteran. What up, Jay? Not only am I ex-military veteran.
These are the beginning from all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Caribbeans don't fight. Caribbeans don't fight. That time that speak for me, I respect you, that Clark.
Number one, what is your position on reparations for foundational Black Americans and no others who have not originated on the soil? What's your position on cash reparations and an anti-foundational Black American hate law? That way we don't get brutalized by the police.
Yeah, I think you should get cash reparations. I want to make sure. Who should cash reparations go to?
Let them answer, please. Let's see. They should have reparations for foundational Black Americans only.
Sure. I think there's structural things that have to be done as well.
Again, they trying to smooth it over. They want to make us go quiet in the night. Luckily, they were there and ready. It wasn't as many as I would like to have because we didn't have enough time to mobilize. But I'm so grateful that there was some people that showed up and showed out to let it be known that they don't like what's going on, because they were trying to give the illusion that we were all in it together, because they wanted to have no events of, viral moments. They didn't want to have nobody protesting or nothing. So they didn't let nobody know. They deliberately held the information to the last couple of days before it happened. That tells you how the Democrats are moving. They're moving to undermine us, to keep us ensnared and keep us enslaved by them. They're utilizing the African American term to be usurped and used by Ghana, by the African Union, by the Pan-Africans globally, and by the Democrats. That's why that term is dead on arrival. That's why our name shall be either Foundational Black American or Indigenous American Blacks, because you guys have worked very hard to make FBA xenophobic. You ain't got a chance to tarnish that name yet. And I'm not saying nothing wrong. Anyone listening with a brain knows I'm not saying nothing wrong. And we have a right to be told in advance that this is going on if you're talking about our ancestors, but they didn't even give us the courtesy. That just shows you how fucked up they think of us and how they think that they own us. They just telling you how disrespectful they can be at any given time to Black Americans. And this is why you should not be beholden to the Democrats. Yes, the Republicans could work out and iron out some things, but at least they consider our sovereignty. At least they consider us Americans. That's not what the Democrats are trying to do. The Democrats are trying to make us into immigrants. They're trying to make us Africans. And they're trying to bring immigrants and aliens to be the new Americans. They're trying to destiny swap us out and give new persons that just arrived the same thing that we fought and died over. The disrespect is at an all-time high. The Democrats have to be dealt with. You guys have to make calls, faxes, petitions, make it rain upon their heads about what they've done wrong. Let our God pour out righteous anger to the Democrats, to Ghana, to that president, to anyone that's speaking these lies about us.
It's always a study.
We know who we are. Study. We know who we are.
I'm just gonna say, I want her to
I think that's Jermaine Williams. Jermaine Williams. He's a public advocate.
Hundreds of Ghanaians crossed the border into Burkina Faso and killed soldiers and civilians and steal their livestock. And they sell it in places like Tamale, and they steal everything from them. Hundreds of Ghanaians crossed the border to murder in Burkina Faso alongside the terrorists.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
They sent you over here to be the plantation protector?
We don't need no fools over here taking your ass out.
And that's the truth. The Democrat Party is a big ass plantation. It's been a plantation for 60 years to keep us ensnared and shackled, to not allow us to have our own views and voice and truth to say. They won't let us speak our piece calmly. They won't let us have a platform to talk. They control every avenue to bar us from having the right say at the right time, because they want to get in front of it and control the narrative. And this is why the Democratic Party must go. The organizations that represent Black Americans is no more. They must go, because they're not respecting us as humans. They're not respecting us as Americans. They're treating us like we're their property. And so we got to show them how much of a property we are not. Okay?
Oh, get your cool ass on. Get your cool ass fuck away from us. We don't need no cools over here, nigga. Take your ass back over there. Fine. What you talking about?
The plantation.
And what the potato famine keeps looking at me for? Potato famine ass white boy.
You see the Black Americans?
What you looking at?
This is only just a few of them. I don't even have all their faces. They only were just slaughtered last year.
I wanted to hear what he had to say. I ain't touched nobody. I ain't going nowhere. My First Amendment right. The protest, fuck you on. El Grasso, I ain't got no tacos. Get away from me. So the protest, okay.
What was our right to protest? They didn't even give us the courtesy to say, hey, Black Americans, we're bringing the Ghana president in to come for reparations on your behalf. They didn't even have the courtesy to say, do you object? They didn't say a damn thing. It got leaked. This is why you're hearing us screaming and carrying on, because this is what they gave us, nothing. And so we're responding and acting out. But we want to like raise hell to let the world know we do not agree and we do not rock with Ghana. We do not rock with the Democrats. We do not believe that the Democrats know what's best for us. They're not our masters. Who the fuck told y'all that?
No, I told you. So the protest is regarding the fact that Ghana is acting like...
Lisa Williams was poisoned in Ghana. They said a man pretended to be her son to pick up her body. Lisa Williams doesn't have any son. A white American named Diane Williams, a mother of three, 37 years old, was murdered in Ghana.
Over here trying to get... Oh, I go on there for $100 million.
75 years old, and her sister was slaughtered. They were cut up with machetes.
Because here's the truth.
Who's behind the so-called consumer attorneys of California?
We're going to hear what the bitch says. Here is the truth. But again, it ain't going to be the truth. It's going to be something, again, they have a good way of looking the part of someone that's in control. They're superior thinking. Oh, they're educated. Oh, but use that education to build your shit up by yourselves. How about that? Show that African power actually exists. How about that? Why can't Africans raise up and show the power of Africans? Y'all got to mask it in conversations. You got to mask it with narratives and propaganda. You got to mask it with the Democrats. The people that have sold us out 30 years ago. And then you come in our face and you try to act as if you're innocent and you're not doing nothing wrong. You're trying to be a strategy to help the Black people. But if we showed up and did some shit like that in Ghana, we would not be here no more. If we showed up in Nigeria, we would not be here no more. Anywhere in Africa, we would not be here no more. But because we are civilized in America, you guys get to run amok. You said they suck, we black, FBA black are kings. Exactly. They do definitely suck. I do not like Ghanaians. I really don't. The first time I heard the first president, Ado, in 2019, talk about the year of return, I saw through him immediately. I saw his cousin, Ken Ataro Okada, Ken Atafu? I might not say it right, but he was arrested actually recently in America and deported. And they snatched away his visa or passport recently for all the frauds that he's been doing. They are known for defrauds. They are known for frauding all over the place. Let me look him up. Ken Atafu. Is it Atafu? Ataf. Their names are always weird to me. Let me see. Can never remember his name. Let me see. He was a financial minister. Financial minister of Ghana, who was recently deported. Ken Afari. Okay, Afari Atada. Where is he at? The recent details of him. Okay, here he is. He's appearing before the U.S. Immigration Court. Look at this. I hate when they don't talk when they show the person. Okay, let me find something where they're speaking. OFORI. Their names are funny. OFORI. O. OFORI. Atata. He was accused of a lot of different frauds while he was the Minister of Finance, while President Ado was the president then. So we kind of got a glimpse of what's to be with Ghana and what they're really about, and how they just look for different ways of hustling and sliming and lying and conniving and taking monies that they shouldn't be having. And this is just what they do. It's the culture of a lot of Africans. I would say 80% of Africans are this way. They're this way. You know what is very funny to me? Why don't they like explain Africans? It's very hush hush. When talking about Africans, they make sure to not really talk about it because they want to keep their image of being godly like. You know, they want to keep this image of being righteous. And so you have a lot of videos where this dude has been arrested, but for some reason, oh, wait a minute, this guy has been released 5 days ago? What the hell?
Dry, tight skin after washing? Not today, babe. My hyaluronic acid routine is the Neutrogena Hydro Boost Duo.
Minister of Finance Ken Ofori-Atta has been released by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement checks by Channel 1 News at the Caroline Detention Facility, an ICE-operated center, confirmed that his name no longer appears on the detention list. Officials at the facility did not provide further details, but verified that the former minister has been released. Mr. Ofori-Atta has been in ICE custody since January 2026. In a public notice issued today, his lawyers, Minka Permu, Osei-Bunsu, Bruce Catlin, and partners clarified that the detention was linked to questions regarding his continued stay in the United States, and not any criminal wrongdoing. Now,
they have a way with changing the storyline. My God, they are snakes. This dude was released, but he's been accused for years. Let me find an article on this bitch. I'm so tired of these motherfuckers. Man, I can't stand y'all. Y'all so fucking fraudulent. Y'all are so fraudulent. Y'all conceal y'all frauds. They're trying to conceal the fraud. He's been accused of a lot of stuff. A lot of people were aggrieved by him. It says former Ghana Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, 2017 through 2024, faces serious allegations of corruption, procurement, fraud, and causing financial loss to the state. Investigations by Ghana's Office of the Special Prosecutor focus on illegal contracts with the Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited, the National Cathedral Project, and banking sector cleanup, leading to 78 charges and Interpol Red Notice efforts. Allegations that payments exceeding $1 million were made to Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited for services not rendered under illegal contracts. November 25th, the OSP charged Ofori-Atta with 78 counts of corruption, including procurement breaches, causing financial loss to the state, and utilizing public office for personal gain. That's what they're known to do. Speaking of which, before I forget, President Mahama, back in 2013, had lied about building a Hope City in Ghana, and it never materialized. It never materialized. He said it was going to be the tallest building of Africa. He said it was going to give about 50,000 jobs. It says Hope City. Is that right? That's not the right one. Hold on. I got to find the right one of Ghana. Ghana. Let's talk about Ghana. So this same man that's now president again, because he was president back in 2013, Hope City in Ghana, a project 10 billion tech hub launched in 2013 by RLG Communication, failed due to lack of funding, questionable management, and overambitious planning. The project, intended as Africa's tallest building in a Silicon Valley-like hub, was labeled a white elephant or scam after failing to secure financing, leaving it largely unbuilt. That's all they do. They say we're going to build something and they don't build it. They get investors to pull money together and give it to them, and they just run away to the hills with the money. That's not the last part of the scam that I discovered. Another scammer artist, Dr. Eric Kana, who used to be the ambassador to the African Union from Washington, her too was fired for scamming. She was married or is married to a Ghanaian, so it's not too hard to understand. But she too was accused allegedly of scamming as being the ambassador to the African Union, utilizing the African Union logo, and got about over $300,000 with scams and schemes that the African Union wasn't even aware about. And she was fired in 2019. And this same woman came up with the idea to build a Wakanda city there in Ghana. Never materialized, but she got all this money for the ADDI database where she's collecting people's name, number, address, parents' name, number, address, where they were born, where they come from, all this information that she's compiling. They all are on the same scheme of getting our information and maneuvering to scam us. And it's sad. It's really, really sad that all we get is these types of people in our midst. So let me read this article. For those that don't remember, Dr. Eric Kana, she is supposedly a Pan-African who has been running around talking about Pan-Africanism and talking about building up Africa, getting a Wakanda city and all these types of things, dreaming all these big thoughts that never materialize. But she shall collect your money and your information in her database. And this article says, appeasing the West, not quite. Exclusive documents reveal real reason firebrand AU ambassador to US was fired. Dr. Eric Kana Quihombre, also known as HE Dr. Eric Kana Quihombre Qual, is a very interesting woman, recently dismissed from her position as the AU ambassador to the US. She has become something of a rallying cause for many with Pan-Africanist leanings because of her pronouncements and posturings while she was in office. When she was relieved of her position a few days after making appointed public criticism of France over its perceived exploitative relationship with 14 of its former African colonies, many got the idea that she was the victim of a high-level diplomatic gang-up. She was the plunky African underdog speaking truth to power, who was then unceremoniously kicked out for saying the truth at the behest of the French government, or so it seemed. However, documents exclusively obtained by the newswire NGR from the AU whistleblower tell a completely different story about what exactly took place behind the scenes that led to her sacking. The whistleblower provided a trove of official documents, many of which can be viewed at the bottom of this article, showing that while the AU ambassador was giving inspirational speeches denouncing colonialism and energizing the African diaspora in Washington, D.C., she was actually administrating the AU's affairs in D.C. like a stereotypical African dictator, sticky finger, neopolistic, and with narrow process and ethics. Okay? For the first time, Newswire NGR brings you an authorized sequence of events that culminated in her sacking. My point is that all these people that come in the guise of Pan-Africanism, that come in the guise of unity, that come in the guise of wanting to reach out to the so-called Black American, claiming us as a diaspora, which we're not. We don't have any kin in Africa. We don't know nothing about Africa, but they made it so because they have an agenda connected to that African American term. That's why that African American term has to be put to rest. And we have to demand that they do not continue calling us that. We do not want Africa claiming us, because they are using it to usurper Uganda or usurper authority over us.
President John Dramani Mahama has unveiled an ambitious vision to construct an entirely new capital city. This transformative proposal comes at a critical time as Accra, Ghana's current capital, struggles with severe congestion issues affecting its more than 5 million residents. In a bold move addressing Ghana's urban challenges, President John Dramani Mahama has unveiled an ambitious vision to construct an entirely new capital city. This transformative proposal comes at a...
See, they never finalize what they're trying to say. It's very funny. That city never came to realization. Wakanda City never came to realization. But these same people were able to get in the pockets of people that believed them. Dr. Ericana kind of like went underground for a while, ever since she was called out for her latest scheme for claiming that she was going to have citizenship offered to those that want to go live in Burkina Faso with Captain Toure. She let people, over 1,000 people, believe that she had the way in which to get citizenship there in Burkina Faso, that you had to sign up to her ADDI database, you had to pay membership, you had to pay other things in which to complete this, I guess, orientation to be a part of what she claimed she could do. And the last month before they were supposed to fly in to get the citizenship after they paid, and she made over $1 million, it got leaked that she did not have authority and that Burkina Faso was not going to be offering these citizenships after all. And then all of a sudden she says, oh, it's because of all the propaganda and all this and all that. You guys can get residency instead. It's not my fault he changed his mind. But she made a cool $1 million off of the scheme, as they continue to do. They continue to do. And this is why I'm so disgusted with many of y'all Africans. I don't hate Africans like that, but I don't want to be bothered with y'all because I don't trust y'all like that. Because what I see and what I learned from y'all is time and time again, lies upon lies upon lies that you tell. You guys lie very well like you breathe. Now look, this is the Wakanda city. Let me show y'all. This is Dr. Eric right there. She was the past AU ambassador.
My mother is Ambassador Quill. One of the things that I remember interview 3 years ago, which went viral, I don't know if you remember, it was during COVID, and we did it online. And the questions and the passion of people wanting to join ADDI. How are you seeing the conversations that you've had 3 years ago now? Are you seeing more people being more passionate about the continent? Are you seeing more diasporans coming back home? What are you seeing, Mummy, and how is ADDI faring?
First and foremost, I just want to thank you for the wonderful work that you do.
Again, notice how nice and soft and humbly they sound. Oh, they can rock you to sleep. Oh. All the stuff she said years ago. This was what? How many years ago? This was 2 years ago. She's been talking about this Wakanda city, I think, longer than that, though. But here she is giving this interview just to give you what the Africans are known for. Scams galore. That's what they're known for. You trust them as a Black American, you're dumb.
To do. Yes, indeed, I remember our interview 3 years ago. I think it was around the time that the Chinese were really mistreating Africans because of COVID, and it really sparked a conversation. And you've continued to really hit it off the park with conversations that are very stimulating, conversations that are so needed, especially at this time in our history. Is to answer a question about what change have I seen since our last interview 3 years ago. The awakening. There is something in the air. If I were to take it to the biblical times, where the Bible says those who are at the top shall be at the bottom, those who are at the bottom shall be at the top.
And that's exactly what they're talking about. They would like to switch and swap our destiny with them. Who's at the top? Us. Who's at the bottom? Africans. They would like to swap spots with us.
If we're going through those times, even the axis of the earth, the negative and positive axis, there's a shift that's taking place, and it's inevitable. I am on a lot of platforms. People put me on their platforms, and I just stay there and just following the conversations. It's amazing. Just the change in the tone, and the people are challenging themselves, and they're discussing issues, and the spirit of Pan-Africanism, and people just, you get this sense that people are proud to be African. And that didn't used to be the case 10 years ago. People wanted to run away from being African, but I see more and more appreciation.
Again, who's she talking about running away? She talking about Black Americans, because the people that were born on the continent, are they running away? She's referencing us without saying us, but that's what she means. We have always been the agenda. We have always been the target by all these scammers. All these scammers. You can't trust them, but they talk a good game, but it ain't good enough for me.
For what it means to be an African. And more importantly, with me having lived in the United States, and I see more and more African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans who are now interested in identifying themselves with Africa. We brought the African diaspora here 2 years ago. And I am amazed at the number of people who have actually come back, started businesses, and some are living here, and some have even found husbands. Yes. So there is something in the air. There is something vibrant about being African. And then when you come to the cities, I've visited many African cities, there's a certain level of vibrancy and pride in being African. Yes, you still run into some people who still want to go abroad looking for greener pastures, but by and large, there's an increasing significant percentage of people who also realize that
live in California, left the accident scene without
Okay, I won't make you suffer any longer. My point is too many to tell. I've been calling this shit out since 2019. They have not fooled me, not one iota. They have not fooled me. But let me show you what happens when aggrieved customers there in Ghana, the people of Ghana, who's very upset about different monies that have been taken from them, and they're crying out, which is hardly seen on YouTube, is a very, you have to really be vigilant in finding out these videos, because they're real careful about hiding a lot of their stuff. They make stuff go away. They make people retract stuff or hide videos. They're real good at concealing stuff. Again, they just use force for people that are aggrieved when they are scammed. And that will be the picture of us soon enough, as soon as they get where they need to go, if you let them. I hope that we will unify as Black Americans to stop this hustle of Africans that want to destiny swap us out of our legacy, our history, our accomplishments, and our Americanness. They want us to be them, and they want to be us. They want us to be called African, and they want to be American. They want us to go to Africa and struggle like the Africans, and they want to be in America and come up off of what we've done. That's what it's always been, and this is what I've been trying to tell my people for a very long time. They don't want you. They don't like you. They want you to become debt slaves for Ghana. In fact, let me show, I'm going to close one more video out, and then I got to go. I've been on here long because I've been gone long. Yesterday I came on and there was nobody around. And I have the fire to say what I need to say. One more video I'm going to show that I'm going to go. But this is going to hit you hard. Y'all just got to know the game, as has been told. You got to understand the Democrats are in cahoots with these globalists, Pan-Africanists, with these Africans, with George Soros and everybody like that. They don't care about your existence. They don't care about if you live or die. In fact, they want you dead. They want you struggling. They want you struggling like Africans on the continent are struggling. They want you to share the festivities of the struggle. And they want to live and bask in what you have accomplished in your life. They think that they should replace our accomplishments and become what we are today. And it's not fair. It's not right. It's too late, Democrats. You can't clean this shit up because we already know that you won't change not one iota. You can't change because you have signed a deal with the devil. You have signed up with people that are wicked and know full well that they're trying to take advantage of us. And you are on board to have that happen. And it's up to us to share the truth to the people so that they can respond in mass number, to let it be known that we are not trying to go where people are trying to take us and that we're not consenting to none of the bullshit that people are trying to sell us on. I'm going to play a little bit of this video to showcase the realization of what the Democrats are on. They did this National Action Network 3 days ago. And you'll hear from the horse's mouth that it's everybody else that they're considering and concerned about. But it's definitely not you. You said they suck, we FBA black are kings. Exactly. Time is money. You on the side of Al Sharpton? See, Thomas? Sheena says, I wonder if he got immunity. I don't know. It sounds kind of strange that stuff just disappeared. It looks like they're working some magic. Aren't we lucky that Trump's president? I think so. If Kamala would have been president, we would have been buried. For real.
I met this brother 35 years ago. The year I started National Action Network, we had been marching in a section of Brooklyn, New York called Bensonhurst, where they killed a young man named Yusuf Hawkins just for being in the neighborhood. It was a time they said blacks weren't allowed out there. And we went out there.
They love to use the death of us to propel other people's propaganda. They love to start off out the gate with our unalivings. This is a sickness. This is a ritual that they are performing upon us. The shackles of the Democrats have got to be demolished. We have got to expose them for what they are and understand that there ain't no saving grace with the Democrats. If you are an American, period, there ain't no saving grace. They have chose the globalists. They have chose the Pan-Africanists. They have chose everybody else but us. Listen to this bullshit.
Marched and finally got 3 of those young white mobs that had killed him in court. Little did we know, people around the world heard about it. And there was a young boy in London, England called Roland Adams that was killed for being black in a section of London, England. And they called and asked me would I come and help lead a march for Roland Adams like we had done for Yusuf Hawkins. And I flew to London and met 2 young activists. One is with us today. They started, we marched, they fought for justice.
So since 1991, he's letting you know where it all began, where he sold us out. When he got the call to go to London and to side with what happened with the African or the Jamaican or whatever they weren't black. They're not us. He's calling them black to associate them with us. But that's when he sold out. This is the moment in time that Al Sharpton decided to choose to go abroad with his mission because it was more payable. It was more manageable because people were not in his face as much, but they were able to send him money. And all he had to do is keep our cries and our talks down to a minimum. Keep us silenced and quarantined in a corner. And he would be free to spread his message of everybody else but Americans. This is where it all began for Al Sharpton. This is why he's the biggest coon, because the first time he got his National Action Network was when he was called to go to London, and he sold us out and showed out. I want you to hear it one more again.
They formed a group called Operation Black Vote.
Oh, hold on.
And they started.
Hold on. Let me get this together. Hold up. We got to hear it one more again. Please hit the like button. Please share and subscribe. I hope I have influenced others to petition. Go to AI, write out what is wrong with the Democrats, what is wrong with our leadership, what is wrong with everything going on here in America, and petition, proclamation, petition, AI, and they will structure your petition for you, and you can submit it en masse. Please listen. I'm going to do it sometime this month or next month. I'm not going to tell the date because I want to make sure he gets it. And then after I send it, I will read what I wrote. Okay?
Out there. And we went out there and marched and finally got 3 of those young white mobs that had killed him in court. Little did we know, people around the world heard about it. And there was a young boy in London, England called Roland Adams that was killed for being black in a section of London, England. And they called and asked me would I come and help lead a march for Roland Adams like we had done for Yusuf Hawkins. And I flew to London and met 2 young activists. One is with us today. They started, we marched, they fought for justice. They formed a group called Operation Black Vote. And they started registering blacks in London and gaining power and position. 35 years later, he has become a member of the House of Lords in England. He is the assistant vice chair to the chancellor at Cambridge University and has had me there and arranged me to speak at Oxford. I'll speak at Oxford now, y'all. When I met him,
he's so impressed for speaking in Oxford. He's so impressed for not dealing with his own kind. He's so impressed for going to greener pastures, finding other monies that he never known. This is why Al Sharpton has sold us out. This is why he will be the GOAT of the cones. This is why we need to not support the Democrats, and we need to expose them for what they are and what they've done and what they're doing. Please listen carefully to what he says and others after, because none of this has been about us. It's been about everybody else but us.
he was Brother Simon, but now he is appointed by the king. He is Sir Simon Woolley. Sir Simon Woolley. Let's bring out the panel. My one and only, come on, I'm gonna do them one by one. Let them first come out. I want to let Simon do the intros, but I have to recognize, I was mentored and raised by Jesse Jackson. And that means I've known Jesse Jackson Jr. since he probably was about 7, 8 years old. And I watched him grow. There is no one I know that is more brilliant, not only in international affairs, but anything, than this brother. And I'm so glad that he comes to our convention every year. He said, I'm coming. I said, I need you to do something. He said, you don't have to put me up to do nothing. I'm coming. He's been there every year and would come with his father every year. Rem Jackson used to come every year till he couldn't travel. But give a hand to my little brother, Jesse Jackson Jr.
Isn't it fitting that Jesse Jackson was the one that gave us the name that has caused us so much harm? And Al Sharpton has taken on what Jesse Jackson left for him to follow behind. Since Jesse Jackson, we have fallen off. That was the beginning of the end of Black Americans. And we can get it back if we stop believing the lies that are told by these Democrats that mean us no mind. They don't care about our survival. They just want to make a living off of us and history off of us. And I don't want nothing to do with Jesse Jackson's son. He is the one that performed at the bridge of Selma with the Somalians, a fraud, marching with them, pretending to be involved in the same type of plight that we had, as they mimicked what we did. They're just dishonest. They have no merit. They have nothing about them that is of goodness to us. And we just have to be honest that, you know, they may come frail and talk weakly and humbly, and, you know, but their goodness is not there. They only care about themselves and their family, and they only care about what they can get for their legacy. They'll burn millions of us to get to the gold. They'll give us up like sacrifices to get to the gold. And they're allowing now Africans of Ghana to pillage, attempt to destiny swap us, attempt to lie about the history of us. They want to take our history and make it their own because they never did it themselves. They don't have no accomplishments. The slave trade. Oh, yeah, the slave trade. Oh, we did slavery for 400 or 500 years. That was their glory. That was their power. But they have nothing to show without a white or Chinese man or Obama giving them money. But they have nothing to show because they're weak. And they don't know God. They don't know God. Okay? They don't know God.
Good afternoon. I must say, as your moderator today, what an honor it is. And I know that my brothers and sisters right across the pond in London, UK, and across Europe will be watching us right now. Yes, they are. And with watching us come together with this great unity of purpose, like my dear brother here, Jesse Jackson Jr., we know his dear father who taught us to keep hope alive. And to tell us that we are somebody. We are black. We are beautiful. We are proud. We are somebody. I'm telling you today, this is one of the most important panels that we have assembled this week. Not least because it seeks to see beyond these shores. We're global. We're a global phenomenon, but we rarely recognize it. So we have assembled an esteemed panel, and I want you to give them a round of applause for this global challenge of race and equity in today's movement. National, thank you. Thank you. They will give us their insight. I first want to introduce Runa Alam. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Development Partners International. Ms. Alam is globally recognized investment leader and CEO of Development Partners International, a firm focused on deploying capital across Africa. With decades of emerging markets experience, she's played a key role in driving sustainable growth and empowering businesses across the continent. Please stand up and give them a wave. Thank you. Thank you. Asha Castleberry Hernandez, National Security and Foreign Affairs expert. The Honorable Asha is a respected voice in international relations and national security, a former U.S. Army officer, a policy advisor. She brings deep expertise in global security strategy, diplomacy, and defense policy. Edmund Fullafak, Associate Professor of Internal Medicine and Medical Oncologist, The Ohio State University. Dr. Fullafak is a leading oncologist and researcher whose work advances cancer treatment whilst addressing health disparities to improve equity across to care. Where are you, brother? Is Martin with us? No, we're still waiting for that young brother. My dear friend here, my dear brother, former U.S. Representative Illinois 2nd Congressional District. The Honorable Jesse Jackson Jr. is a former member of Congress, known for his advocacy, civil rights, economic justice, the urban development, with long-standing commitment to community empowerment. Give it up for Brother Jackson. This next brother has about 1 million followers on social media. He's in the process of writing his 9th book. He's an intelligence officer, a spook, as we say in the UK. National Intelligence and National Security Advisor. Mr. Malcolm Nance is a national recognized intelligence expert, author, commentator, offering critical insights on counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, and global geopolitical strategy. Give it up for this super brother.
He's too wordy. I'm going to fast forward a little bit, but let me read the comments before I continue. I appreciate everybody that has listened. I really, really appreciate all of you. Anthony says, I don't think they called Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton called them because he gets paid for attendance. I like and subscribe. You are the first to speak the truth. Thank you, Anthony Reed. I really appreciate that. I wish other American blacks would see things the way you do. I'm trying. I am trying. Do you know I've been embattled with my people? Because I was one of the first. I'm not going to lie, Anthony. I came out in 2018. I saw a lot of stuff. I broke my ankle. I'll be honest. I broke my ankle. I was laying in bed a lot. And because I had a dog that was active, I had to go outside with her. I wasn't healing fast enough. So that's when I discovered YouTube. My first time discovering YouTube. And I just sat back and listened to people for like 6 months. And then I started understanding that something was not right with what I was hearing. I was like, my God, we are being targeted. We're being pimped. We're being manipulated. I got to make a channel. I'm not the best speaker. I don't like talking. I rather write. I'm a good writer. But I don't like talking, because people want to be entertained. And I'm not very entertaining. I just tell the truth. People that get me want to know facts and truth as it is. people that want to be entertained. Most of the time, our people want to be entertained and tickled and, laughing and carrying on. I don't have that ability. But if you want to know raw content for what stuff is going on in real time, that's me. And I appreciate you. But I'm gonna fast forward this a little bit just to let you hear how they're speaking, because they're gonna deviate to talking about Africa. They're gonna deviate and talk about they want to get a bank together. They want to invest in Africa. They're telling the congregation of the National Action Network, that are primarily Black Americans for the most part, that they need to worship and be about Africa affairs. And that's all they're giving us. They're saying invest, they're saying visit. They're not giving us nothing else but that. But they're giving immigrants and illegals everything under the sun to become Americanized while we be replaced. And it's fucked up.
A way that we should be displacing the current administration's ignoring of that entire continent. We could do that as a diaspora, not just African American, Afro-Caribbeans, Anglo, Africans. There is a whole world of us that is not linked with the rest of us.
How do we link it?
Well, again, I like the idea of popularizing, of harnessing these young influencers. I'm an old influencer, okay? I might be the oldest there is. But, these guys who are 18, 19, 20, every year I go to Egypt. I go out to a remote desert village in Western Egypt, and I run into influencers who say, oh, this is a hip eco-tourist spot. That needs to be encouraged for the places, for Nigeria, Ghana, Ethiopia. I love Ethiopia. And all these other places, other than going on a safari. Most people don't know Botswana or Zambia, or we need to harness that.
Let me bring in somebody that does know through the lens of Africa, because this woman has been setting up businesses in Africa that are just doing crazy stuff and earning tens of millions of pounds. Runa, from your lens, give our audience a flavor about the dynamism that's going on in Africa right now.
So I'll start by saying that last 2.5 days there's been talk about giving capital to Black and brown people, so creating wealth for the Black and brown community. Globally, the same has to be true, and it's now happening. So if you look at what people call the global South, it is Black and brown people, and they have been poorer than the global North. And that is changing. Africa. So Africa, as should be president, she should be president, Kamala Harris just said, is going to have 25% of the world's population by 2050, 40% by the turn of this coming century. It's going to have 13 of the 30 biggest cities. Lagos, Nigeria will be the biggest city in the world. It is, because the population is so young, incredibly tech savvy. So we invest in some of the largest companies in Africa. We've made them global, and we invest on the venture capital side too. And so what is happening? What's happening is these countries now, as a collective, so the continent is now going to be the fastest growing continent as of this year in the world. It's surpassing Asia. You put together 700 million people coming into the workforce, young people. You put together a young population that's tech savvy. You put together urban people consume more than other peoples, and you put together the biggest population in the world. What do you have? You have incredible dynamism, but you also have power. You have the biggest consumer class that's developing. There is a reason, an economic reason China is in Africa. It is a good market. It is one of the best markets. We cannot, as Americans, be left behind. So in the same way China, over the last 20 to 25 years, surpassed us in skill sets in manufacturing, they're going to surpass us creating the brands that Africans buy. We don't have to do that. We can be involved. So not what's been happening lately for Africa, as Ms. Harris said, VP Harris said, but looking at the real facts. It gives everybody here power, but it also means that it's a real opportunity for the whole world, for Americans in Africa.
And with that opportunity, where do you see the links between African Americans and the African continent in regards to economic opportunity that is on an equitable basis?
So the link has to be knowledge. So travel, exploration, bringing peoples together from Africa and here. So you think about a young population, as I said, tech savvy. Our young population is also tech savvy and they're influencers. Why would they not think of a 1.2 billion people in Africa as their audience, as people who buy their products? It is a great opportunity because African music, movies, culture influence here, and American music culture, Black
Opportunity for who? This is where they keep lying. There ain't no opportunity. It's them cosplaying. It's them hijacking. It's them taking over everything we have accomplished and call that shit unity. It's not right. We don't do that to y'all. We don't go to Africa and say your shit and your music and your ways is ours now. But y'all seem to think it's okay to do it to us. And this woman's not even black. Look, anybody can say this shit. They all can say whatever to us. And we're supposed to just take it. I'm not taking it no more.
American music culture influence there. There's a lot of commonality and there's a lot of opportunity to align, both for getting what is needed, creating wealth, but also just feeling that there is commonality and there is support everywhere in the world.
And in that alignment, Edmund, as an academic, how are you seeking, how do you want us?
And they think just using that word academic as being the authority, they keep doing that type of shit. I did not graduate from college, but I went to college for many, many years. I have a lot of common sense. I discern a lot. And I'm telling you that these people are in cahoots of minimizing our Americanness to being an immigrant. By the grace of God, you know, I literally just saw this video. And this woman, I'm gonna try to reach out to her and ask her if she could write a petition as well, because she's very articulate. And we need more people like this that's explaining things very simply. I want her to explain it because I don't have a soft-spoken voice. I don't know how to coddle y'all. I just know how to just say it from the gut, from my heart, because that's all I know. But this lady is telling the truth about Pan-Africanism and telling the truth about how these people are manipulating us. And I want y'all to understand that it is truly an agenda and a manipulation of the Democrats and globalists and Pan-Africans and Africans. They're all working in concert, all together. They're like on a whole nother level of, it's not even triple team. It's like 100-fold. It's 100 to the 10th power of attacking us. We're only 40 million people. But they're using all people from all over the world and inside of America and even of our own to attack us because we're so powerful. We have to connect back to the essence of God. We have to connect back to the roots of truth. But listen to what she had to say.
Many people who now consider themselves FBA or foundationally Black Americans used to be Pan-Africans. A good majority, a good portion of us used to be Pan-African at some point, especially if you grew up in the 90s, myself included. I think that Pan-Africanism is more harmful to the Black American identity than it is helpful, not because I have anything against Africa or Africans, contrary to popular belief, because that's what they all seem to think, that FBAs are just hate Africa for whatever reason. Here's what I think. I think that Pan-Africanism actually creates an identity crisis in Black Americans as opposed to helping us find ourselves or find some alternative identity. I think that Pan-Africanism, if you really look at it and how it's taught, especially because it really only exists here in America, it doesn't really exist in Africa. If you really look at how it's taught and the things that the rhetoric that it gives off, it really just takes Black Americans from being somewhat of a second-class citizen in America to being a second-class African. If you really because we were classified as second-class citizens after slavery. We weren't even considered citizens at all during slavery, right? We were just property. But once we became free, we became second-class citizens, especially when we tried to integrate into white society. Because anytime you integrate into another society, you're not integrating as an equal. You're integrating into something that's already there, and you're going to be underneath them. So the same thing would work with the African society. So if we were to try to integrate into some random African culture, we're not integrating as equals. You're basically just transferring from being a second-class American to being a second-class African. The reason why I feel like it actually hurts our sense of self-worth and identity is because Pan-Africanism demonizes everything about being American. And our American identity is essentially the only one we've ever known throughout our lives. That's all our parents knew. That's all their parents knew. We don't have a culture outside of the United States. There's nobody over on the continent of Africa that we can go to and say, this is my relative. This is my home. That doesn't exist for us. So you're creating an identity crisis and causing a lower sense of self-worth because you demonize everything culturally that was created by us. Like everything that we know to be true about ourselves, you demonize it because it's attached to America. And then you uplift everything that goes on in Africa and everything, all the cultures that are over there, and praise and worship it like it's this God society. And that's literally, they praise and worship everything about Africa, right? And they demonize everything about America. So that would, if you really look at it, how can me looking up to something that I'm not a part of and demonize what I know create more of a sense of self-worth in me? That actually really doesn't make sense. Pan-Africans make it seem like everything about Black Americans is ghetto. Our culture is just made up. It's always changing. We don't have no language. We don't have it. Like they just demonize everything about America and talk about our history and just they don't uplift nothing about Black Americans. Just dog us, and then uplift everything about Africa and expect us to have some type of expect us to look at it like it's this wonderful ideology, and it's really not. That's why I just can't get with it. I can't get with the Pan-Africanism thing. It's just it has no value to Black Americans. That's just how I see it. There's no value in it.
April 16th is the next MMA star from Ireland, undefeated finisher.
She told the truth, y'all. My God. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to reach out to her and see if she would do a petition as well. Let me go back to the comments. Okay. Anthony Reed says, I am American that's living in Colombia past 8 years. Wow. They don't have that problem here in Colombia. What is the Jamaican flag again, and why is it like that? I don't know. And UK woman FDT, well, F Democrats more than that. Anthony Reid for them. It's all ish, Cornhammer says. Freedom, Cornhammer says. Anthony Reid says, I'm a native of Asheville, North Carolina, but been living in Colombia for 8 years. Wow. How are you faring out there? How can you talk about ish you don't even know about? What are you talking about? Very interesting Pan-African. They're liars. Pan-African is a tool used to hustle Black Americans. You don't say that shit to other groups of melanated people. They solely use that shit on us. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense.
Often disparate parts.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. That's such a great question. Everything policy, everything that we see, emanates from academia, people thinking about it, and then, finding the best ways of how the most efficient way, the most effective way of actually applying that knowledge. And so out here in the diaspora here, we have about close to $2 trillion. I mean, the African diaspora. You have the African continent, which is essentially, green in terms of its, the potential for investment. And the value added when you invest money in Africa on elevating the people.
And investment means hands open to take money from us. That's what they mean by investments. We're looking for you to hand over hard, cold cash in our hands and wait and see how it works out. And nothing works out, you lost your money. And that's what they expect us to accept, y'all.
It's actually way more, Here in the US, for instance, my area of expertise, we spend about $14,000 in healthcare per person per year. In Africa, that value is about between $85 to about $135. Yet, the continent needs hospitals. Yet, the continent needs research so that the drugs can be developed there. So, if academic disciplines here in our HBCUs can collaborate with academic disciplines in Africa to not make it be a haphazard process, to actually develop how do you take this money, what is the enabling environment that you need to create in the continent to make this a win-win, so that when somebody wants to go to Africa and invest, for instance, I'm not reaching out to the virtual capitalist. I'm going to the same place, the HBCUs here, and then to the African continent where I can get some faculty there to say, hey, what is the best way? Where should I invest my money in order to actually, one, get the return on the investment, but two, add value? And these are the things that we need.
And Edmund, in that investment, for example, in healthcare and this express train AI, is there an opportunity and is there a danger that Black and brown people will not be included in those models of healthcare AI that will not only work for us, but they may work against us?
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that we've been thinking through. Remember that AI depends on what? The training data set and the validation data set. If you actually take information that you put into the AI, and that information doesn't include the people in the continent, then you are going to get faulty things, right? There is one area in biology which we're already seeing that now. In terms of genetic variability, Africa has the most genetic diversity in the whole world, combined. I mean, and it makes sense because that is where humanity emanated. So, but if you look at clinical trials in medicine, in cancer care, all the breakthroughs, there are only 5% or less of clinical trials that actually are done in Africa. And so with that, when you develop drugs here, so no wonder some of the drugs don't work in not only people in Africa, but also the people, all of us here in this room, because we were not included in the training data set for whatever drugs, and so AI is going to be the same.
So there's maybe an opportunity there with this AI race to put Africa at the heart of these models that will serve us so much better. I want to turn to Asha, and in regards to the security, national security of black people, global security of black people. We saw here some months ago when the president of South Africa came to the White House.
Global security of black people, minus black Americans. Everything is turning on to worship Africans. And I'm not into worshiping no other man but God. Not no damn unworthy, unrighteous, and criminal-minded, scamming ass African. Get the fuck out of my face, okay?
And was mocked by the president in such a shameful manner.
Oh, woe is the president of South Africa who could not stand his own ground against Trump. Oh, we got to protect him. Oh, we got to lift him up. Oh, you guys are sad and pathetic. That's why we know you guys are not leading. You're not leaders. You're not to be revered, and you're not to be heard or respected because you guys are weak. And you're begging for people to give a fuck about you. You are tired.
Disgraced, belittled that office. Asha, how can we protect the security of black and brown people around the world with this right-wing deluge that demonizes and belittles us?
Well, there's multiple ways, but one we have to definitely look at is looking at the current role of U.S. global leadership. To where, as a perfect example, we are defining to the American people what kind of relationship we're having with our African countries, and it's coming across very myopic and lacking cultural respect on one another. And then when you look at the policies that are being pushed out from the White House, they have a very small, limited understanding of what we should do in Africa, like only focus on trade and investments. That's it. No, there's more to.
Who should do? Who should do? It's not our fucking burden. This is the issue of the Democrats. This is the propaganda of the Democrat. We ain't got to do shit. We're not from Africa. We're not under the authority of Africa. We don't stud. We're not studying Africa. But this bitch is acting as if we are. We're all in it together. We should be loving one another. This Pan-African bullshit that dismisses our American identity and puts Africa as someone to be worshipped. For what?
This story, and we have to make sure that we redefine and be beyond this presidency as far as what is our role in terms of diplomacy with Africa, and being able to redefine our principles and also identifying more activities beyond trade and investments as a way to help cultivate that relationship amongst the diaspora. And one way we can do that is building a task force where it's a diverse one, where we have influencers, celebrities, the Congressional Black Caucus, the private sector, that can help come together and combine force as far as redefining what that relationship looks like and turn into a long-term, enduring investment.
Thank you. Jesse, when you was in office, you were around those big power tables, speaking about Africa and how Africa could be enhanced, supported. What did you learn in that time that you can impart to our audience about those powerful tables that you frequented?
Lord Woolley, first of all, thank you very much, and thank Reverend Sharpton for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Some of it is a function of definitions. Connecting African Americans to Africa is called a vacation. Connecting African Americans to opportunities in Africa and connecting Africans to opportunity in...
Here we go again. Let me be frank and clear for all the Democrats listening up in here. We do not want nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, with Africans, and with you. We see you as a sellout. We need to expose y'all for being sellouts to Americans. If you hate America so, then go. Renounce your citizenship, go to Africa, and do all these plans that you're talking about over there. Stop telling us what we ought to do for somebody else, and y'all are supposed to be helping us out over here. And you have not said nothing, not one mention of what y'all gonna do for us. You are telling us to carry the burden of Africa? Get the fuck out of my face.
America, that's called business. We need a framework that includes human rights, our respect for theirs and their respect for ours, opportunity, those that they can create for us and those that we can create for them, partnership. It means that Elon Musk ought not be digging lithium in African countries and bauxite and...
So suddenly that's supposed to be our plight. We're supposed to be screaming to the mountains about what Elon Musk is doing for Africa. Again, these people are trying to subscribe us to being enslaved to the notion that we are beholden and under the authority of Africans when we are not. I don't understand why all these people up in this National Action Network didn't bother to stand up and yell out and say something. But they were all old. They were older individuals who just sat their asses where they were and listened to this rhetoric without saying anything when they know damn well there was no benefit ever mentioned this whole entire time for anybody that is American. And this is why we have to petition and we have to let it be known how we feel about the Democrats and how we feel about the representation of these Black organizations that have tapped out and have signed up with globalists, Pan-Africanists, Africans, and everybody else around the globe, dismissing us as a collective of people, treating us like we are property and slaves to them. This is my issue, and this is what I will be revealing soon and very soon. We are gonna see the king. And when I come back, which might be another month or so, I'm gonna take a long while off because I made this live a real long time to let this message really resonate. By the time I come back, the letter will be written. It's already written. It will be typed. And I don't know if I will have mailed it by then, but after it's in Trump's possession, I will read what I wrote later. But I'm hopeful that others will be motivated to understand that we have to do more than what we're doing. You can make calls if you can't write. You can fax if you can't say something. You can make a petition, like I said. It's easy to do. AI will actually help you on your phone. You just say easily, proclamation, petition, as follow. And then you say, Dear President, Mr. President, dear Mr. President, comma. And then you write your letter about your complaints about what you see, what's going on with the Democrats and with the leadership that is not anymore helpful to our community. They have disposed us, therefore we should dispose them equally. We should match their energy. They have literally put us in the toilet and flushed us. So why would they be surprised if we did the same thing? I'm going to torch the fuck out of you, Democrats. You're getting torched the fuck. You're going to get it good from me, because I love to tell the truth. And somebody gonna love to hear what I gotta say. I'm gonna let you know that part. They're gonna love to hear what I gotta say. And I hope to goodness that they do away with a lot of you fake ass representations of the American people and dismantle all of y'all. So you guys ain't got shit no more. You ass the fuck out. Go move to Africa, bitch.
While at the same time overseeing an agency that fired 300,000 black women in our federal government, that requires partnership and empowerment. There are 5 black-owned radio stations, for example, that allow talk radio. Very seldom do you hear African countries advertising on those black radio stations about come to Africa, come visit our country, come vacation, come take a safari, come enjoy yourself, come partner with us, come do business. But the medium by which we communicate with them is through to help shape the framework. African leaders, and this ought to be the last time, that they come to the United Nations and speak and don't stop by the National Action Network and spend some time with Reverend Sharpton. Now, we don't trust Elon Musk, but we do trust Reverend Sharpton. And I don't have a problem.
We don't trust no goddamn Al Sharpton. But this is, again, the son of, unfortunately, Jesse Jackson. And he has to be a part of what we do against the Democrats because he has been sold out as well. They're all no good. They show us nothing but their ass to kiss. They got monies galore from all these other organizations to sell us out, for them to stay quiet and stay humble and meek for their extension of propaganda and what they're trying to do against us. They're no longer our people. Literally, Jesse Jackson's son is one of ours, but he sold us out. Jesse Jackson sold us out. Al Sharpton sold us out. They're just as bad as the Africans in Ghana. So I show no allegiance to none of them. I think that they should be torched. I think all of these black organizations need to go. What purpose do they serve? For foreigners and immigrants and aliens? We ain't got our own representation no more. Literally, they have stolen our representation, and now it's about everybody else from all over the world but us. And I'm supposed to be happy as a lark about that? I ain't supposed to say shit about that? Because you black, bitch, please. You about to get torched, Democrats. I promise you. You're going to hate the day when I send that petition, because I hope he acts, because he'll have a way of having a leg up for the next election, not even giving the Democrats a chance to get out the gate. You motherfuckers won't even have a chance to start. If President Donald Trump gives us our own identity away from African American and gives us our own individualized representation group, mandated and protected from immigrants and foreigners and Pan-Africans and Democrats, untouchable, you guys are toast. We will flood out of the Democratic Party with glee. We'll tell everybody in the neighborhood, we good. We gonna leave you bitches dusted and disgusted, as you should be. Don't let me, oh my God, God, please show your power. Show these bitches. You ain't supposed to fuck with us like this. If you give us our own organization and dismantle all these fakesters, taking away y'all positions and y'all so-called whatever position you think you got and it's gone, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Are you gonna move to Africa? Are you gonna move to Africa? Al Sharpton needs to be cut. Jesse Jackson's son needs to be cut. Pan-African groups, global needs to be cut. All y'all need to go. Black Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus needs to go. We don't need no Yvette Clark telling us 80% of us wants the Voters American Act, and you talking about you know best for us. You need to go. We don't need none of y'all. Y'all serve no purpose. So why y'all here? Bury these organizations, all of them. Give us our own and our name and stop this bullshit. That's what I gotta say. So with that being said, you said, I think there should be a third party in U.S. Yeah, there probably should be. And there could be. If we get our own identity, if we release the shackles of the Democrats and release the shackles of these Pan-Africans and release the shackles of these Africans, and we act independent outside of y'all done. Term limits and no foreign representation in U.S. Congress. Yes, I don't want our new organization to have any claim or any way for them to dismantle it for another election. It has to be unbreakable. And that will be my petition, bitches. You have fucked with the wrong one. You fucked with the wrong one. You got me pissed. Please like and share the video and bless up.